Right then, welcome to today's meeting of the Children's and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I would like to remind everyone present at this meeting that the meeting will be broadcast live via the County Council's website and will also be available for viewing after the meeting. Can everyone please switch their microphone on when speaking and then turn it off when they're finished. I have received apologies from Mr. David Ryan, who has recently been appointed to the co-opted member of this committee. As you will already be aware, it is the intention that we will discuss agenda items 8 to 14 this morning. We will then have a break for lunch and reconvene at 2 p.m. to consider agenda 15, the development of unitary structure of local government in Leicestershire. Thank you. I propose that the minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of September are taken as read, and is everybody agreed that it's confirmed and signed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Question time. There's been no questions that I have received. Is that right? Yeah. And I have not been notified of any urgent items. Do any of the members have any interest they wish to declare? I am assuming, however, that all members who are district or borough councillors will wish to declare a personal interest on item 15, the development of unitary structure for the local government in Leicestershire. Is that right? Thank you. Do members have any other declarations? Thank you very much. There are no petitions being presented today, and the first item on today's agenda is progress report for Ofsted recommendations as part of the Ofsted Continuous Improvement Plan, the Road to Excellence. I will ask the Director, Jane Moore, to speak first, and then Sharon Cook, the Assistant Director, will introduce the report. Thank you very much, Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just before I hand over to Sharon to go through the report, I did want to share with you the outcome of our focus visit, which members will be aware took place on the 10th and 11th of October. We have made reference to the focus visit within the report, but obviously weren't able to share the detail of that with you when the reports were published. So just by way of introduction to it, the inspectors contacted us the week before and said that they wanted to undertake a focus visit, which was a very short visit of our front door arrangements, and as I said, arrived on site on the 10th and 11th of October. Just by way of overview, following their visit, very positive outcome for the department. Members will remember when we were inspected back in October 16, the front door arrangements were one of the areas that Ofsted had asked us to make significant improvement on. The letter for the visit was published on Friday, and it set out that since the Ofsted inspection in 2016, with strong political support, now permanent leadership team in place, they've driven steady and realistic improvements in the first response service. Their push to increase capacity, reduce caseloads and create a learning environment has been successful in stabilising the workforce, resulting in children and families receiving improved services. They go on to highlight that senior leaders know their service well. They gain an understanding of social work practice from a range of activities, and it results in staff feeling well, supported and safe in their practice. Senior leaders also know what the strengths of the service are, but they also recognise that there is much more to do to achieve their goal in relation to their Road to Excellence improvement plan. The letter did set out 5 areas for improvement, which were the areas that we had highlighted at the beginning of the inspection. Those areas are that partners need to improve their consideration of thresholds, the quality of their referrals and their understanding of consent. The timeliness of social workers visiting and talking to children who've been initially assessed as not at immediate risk of harm is an area to improve, as is the speed and quality of management decision when making Section 47 inquiries being considered needs to be more consistent. The clarity of recording outcomes with timescales as a result of strategy discussions, and the consistency in the quality of assessments, including them being completed within the child's timescales. So overall, we were really pleased with the outcome of the visit, and I think it reflects the hard work that Sharon and her team have put in around improving those services at the front door. The letter was published, as I said, on Friday, and I'll ensure that it's circulated to all members following this meeting. So I'm going to hand over to Sharon now, who's going to take us through the work around the continuous improvement plan following Ofsted's visit in 2016. Thank you.
Can do. I think that's an excellent start to improvements that I know that the department will carry on pushing through. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members will have hopefully had a chance to read the report on the progress against our continuous improvement plan and the updated action plan, which lists progress against the 17 recommendations that Ofsted made in 2016. As asked for at the last overview and the last time that this report was considered by overview and scrutiny, as well as providing a progress report, I've given in the report given particular reference to areas of challenge because that's what members asked for. So to give a brief overview, against the 17 recommendations, we're now in a position where 11 of those recommendations are rated green. So that means we're making really good progress against those areas. And are starting to see impact in the delivery of those in those areas, and the focus visit referred to by Jane that Ofsted completed on our front door gives us further confirmation of that progress. There are no recommendations that are red. There are 6 that are amber. So that's where we're making steady progress, but we need to continue to focus on those areas. So just pulling out a few areas of positive before I go on to the areas of challenge that I was asked to report on. We're seeing far better use of performance management and quality assurance being used to cement and develop and embed a learning environment for our staff. And referring back to the letter that Jane has given information to members from, they describe our environment as being one of high support and high challenge in a culture where staff are ambitious for children. Repeat child protection plans are decreasing and showing a more positive picture, as are our continued progress against how we review children who are subject to child protection plans, visits to those children, and another key area of progress continues to be the stability of placements for our children that are in care. But as asked by members, a particular focus I've given to the areas that remain amber. So they remain to be around areas where there's further embedding. So further embedding of our performance management culture, further embedding of increasing capacity, and I'll come on to talk about recruitment and retention in particular next. But to improve the quality of supervision and oversight that staff have. So we've done a particular piece of work with research in practice that's looked at revising our supervision policy and our offer to social workers, and that we are relaunching that piece of work in end of November, beginning of December. So the key challenge remains our recruitment and retention, and there is a detailed paper for members to consider after this paper about some of the work and some of the areas that we've looked at about our recruitment and retention strategy. It's a national problem. There is a national shortage of social workers. Only this week in the National Professional magazine, there is an article about what social workers want from their employers and the stress and difficulties that are leading to a number of experienced workers leaving the profession. I've spent some time looking this weekend and will continue to look with our Head of Practice Excellence about how Leicestershire fares next to those recommendations and those areas that have been identified nationally for social workers. We increased the number of staff as part of the Ofsted growth money to increase the number of staff by around 37 posts, social work posts. We have put in place and continue to have in place agency capacity while we recruit permanently to those posts, and that was to give staff the support, our permanent staff, the support they needed to make the progress that we want to make as part of our road to excellence. There has been some movement in developing those posts, in that successfully some of our experienced staff have moved to other posts within the authority, and that's good for their professional development and it's good for Leicestershire. But it has on occasion taken experienced staff out of frontline child protection teams into other posts. So, for example, we've recruited to 4 additional independent reviewing officer posts, and 3 of those posts have come from within our own staff. Really positive, really good, will improve the quality of that part of the service, but taking staff from our child protection teams has to be done on a gradual basis and has to be done in a way that means we don't weaken one part of the service while we're strengthening the other. So we currently have, and this report outlines that in October, the number of agency staff that we had around 37 vacancies still, not the same 37 vacancies, and we have in place 40 plus agency staff. The additional agency staff is because we've made a commitment that whilst we support our newly qualified staff in their first year in practice, we will put additional capacity in above our agreed establishment. What I can report today is that we, over the last 2 weeks, have further successfully recruited to a number of posts, and our vacancy rate is now under 30 posts. But obviously we want to get it far lower number than that. The other key thing for us to note is that whilst the staff that we've lost, predominantly the staff that have moved to other parts of the service or we've lost them from the authority, tend to be our experienced staff, and the majority of social work staff that we are taking into the locality teams are newly qualified staff. So earlier this summer, out of about 30 social work posts that we recruited to, 28 of those were newly qualified staff. They've come to us really enthusiastic, really keen to learn. We've got a revised ASYE programme, so that's the programme that supports newly qualified staff in the first year in practice. We are seeing benefits of that support to the newly qualified staff, but for a period of time that means that we've got a group of staff who quite understandably can't take on our most complex cases without support and co-working from more experienced staff. So we have a significant period of transitions to get those staff to where we want them to be and to support them to hopefully stay within Leicestershire. We have also entered into an agreement, national frontline group that by the government are looking at fast-tracking people who have seen to be academically successful, who want to go into social work. There is a fast-track process for them to do that. We, from September, have got our first such unit in the authority, and we've got 4 staff within that unit that are bringing a lot of skill and a lot of positive, are a positive addition to the service. We have agreed as part of our recruitment and retention to have a further unit next year. So come February, these are additional staff. Come February, we will be identifying 4 of our then vacant posts for these people to move into after the first year with us. I think they are the key areas in relation to the actual continuous improvement plan that I wanted to highlight for members, but we'll take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. I would just like to make one comment, if I can. That's on page 15, just an observation. It makes it quite difficult for me as a layperson to deal with percentages and then whole figures as well. And I'd ask for a little bit of consistency there in future of doing that. I can't seem to identify with a percent, whereas I can with the amount of children that we're talking about. Thank you very much. Mr. Sheehan.
Yes, I think you'll like this question then, because it's about the the numbers of vacancies, and I want to know what percentage that is of the establishment, which seems only natural that we know what the extent of the problem is. I'd also like to hear a bit more about the direction of travel on this. Are we sort of going from amber to green, or are we at risk of going from amber to red? And I don't even know what red looks like in this context. But I am concerned, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Just in the context of this report, we'll get an opportunity to speak about it in more detail later on, I guess.
I can't give you the percentage that those vacancies. I can find that for you. I can send that to you later. It is a relatively small number in the number of qualified social workers that we have within the service, but I would want to provide you with the detail of where those vacancies sit. So it may be a small percentage across the whole of the social work workforce, but if it would probably help you to know that if a number of those are within one particular area, I can get that figure to you. What I can say on a positive basis is that we have, as part of the recruitment and retention strategy, our considered the pay that we pay in Leicestershire to our social workers. And whilst pay is not the only consideration, and the national research that I referred to earlier in this meeting doesn't give pay as the only reason that people come to work for an authority or organisation or stay with them. It is one of the factors. If people can work in a similar environment only 10, 20 miles down the road, and financially they are paid significantly more. So it would be wrong for us to say that that isn't one factor. What we have done over the last 6-7 months is agreed a market, while all the pay structure is looked at, is agreed a market premium for team managers and for senior practitioners initially. And what I can say is that over the last 6 months, we've seen an improved rate of those experienced staff applying for posts with Leicestershire. To that extent, we agreed from the 1st of October that we would pay a similar market premium for our level 3 experienced social workers. And what we hope to see is that over the next period, that will see us actually recruit and attract some experienced staff either back to the authority, or just as importantly, those staff that we have that are currently going through the level 2 at the moment, as they become level 3, that they won't want to leave this authority.
Good, but it doesn't ask my question about the trend of the progress towards or away from targets. Are we improving, or is things going to get worse, or are they about the same?
Yeah, we're improving in all the areas. We are improving not only in our performance and how we utilise our staff and support them, but we are improving in the staff and the quality of the staff that are coming to us. So do you.
Sorry, just to clarify, are you looking for an overview of the RAG status of the report or the performance indicators?
It's the RAG status. I'm used to having an indication of which way things are going, if things are going to get worse, whether they're likely to get better, whether they're going to stay the same. And that's not part of this. I'm just trying to get your opinion on that.
So in relation to the RAG status of the Continuous Improvement Action Plan, as you can see, the 11 recommendations are rated green. If any were, is that the question, or is it around performance?
No, it's about recruitment and retention, about that specifically. That's what I've been trying to get at.
I'm just wondering whether it's worth us holding that for the next paper, because there is a more detailed conversation then around recruitment and retention.
That's fine. I just thought in the context of this report, this was the right time to ask the question, but I'll wait if you want to.
So in terms of the progress around recruitment and retention, I'm not sure we can put a RAG on it because we haven't given ourselves a target in terms of RAG rating it. However, what I will say is that we are well on track to recruit to the posts that we need to recruit to, bearing in mind all of the other contexts that Sharon set, which means that recruiting to posts that are vacant within the service is a huge challenge. So we remain on track. Whether or not we can put a rating on it, I think would be really difficult for the department.
Sorry, with respect, you do have a rating on workloads, which is the issue, the underlying issue that we're trying to address, I believe. So is that on an upward trend, a downward trend, or a static trend?
Yeah, it is an improving picture because for workloads we are utilising agency staff where we haven't got our permanent staff in place. So we are ensuring and working hard to making sure that all our teams have and all our workers have the caseloads and the workloads that they should have.
Well, I can understand what you're saying. You're looking at workloads in one way and recruitment and retention in another, but they are intrinsically linked. And I think we need to ensure the stability of the staff as well as the numbers. You know, so we need to make sure that the workloads, the quality of the service we're providing, is not undermined by an unstable workforce. And I think we need to ensure that there's enough permanent staff there to ensure we provide the right service.
I agree wholeheartedly, and that is the basis of the recruitment and retention strategy and the work that we've been doing.
Thank you. Mr. Kaufman.
Well, Chair, I just wonder whether I shouldn't be asking this question on the next paper, because I was wondering what we're doing in order to retain these newly qualified social workers, because I'd hate to do all the training and all the investment in, and they go to somebody up the road. But perhaps on the next paper, if I may, Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Pendleton.
Chairman, thank you. It has been answered just now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the... Oh, sorry. Mrs. Page.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick one. We've been talking about pay, we're talking about retention and quality, all good stuff, but and positive. But you were talking early on about fast tracking, and it just kind of concerned me a little bit, because once we're starting to fast track, then, you know, are we actually still maintaining the quality? Because within social workers, there are so many things that can go wrong, can be overlooked, etc. So one has to be extremely careful. So can you just talk me through it? What measures are in place once we fast track these young people, that, you know, the decisions and the work is quality, and so they're eased into, you know.
Okay, yeah, apologies if I confused with that. We are not fast tracking all our newly qualified staff. What I was referring to there is that we have bought into the government scheme, first frontline, where they run a fast track program. So we've got 4 social workers who we have recruited as via that scheme that are in addition to, so they're not taking up a vacant post with us. They are candidates who've been through a really rigorous program of selection, so they've already completed their degree to a high standard. I would be one of the first to agree that in social work that doesn't necessarily mean that you're right for social work, but after doing that academic having that academic success, they've been through a really rigorous program of recruitment across the country that's included some very intensive training to get the right people to be on that course. And the fast track part of it is that the first year that they're with us, they have a lot of intensive training, but they are training while they're actually working with us. So this is not something that all our newly qualified social workers are doing, and it's not something that we are saying we will only fast track people. This is an additional thing that we're part of.
Thank you for that. I think the borders between the two items have been muddied a little bit. So, yes, Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just to come back to Mr Sheehan's question, I think I'm clearer now about what it is that you're asking, and apologies for not being clearer earlier. I think in relation to that target, and you've picked out Action 3 on the Continuous Improvement Plan, at the moment we're highlighting ourselves as amber, and your question is whether we're moving from amber to green or amber to red. I think the easy answer to that is that we're staying at amber, and that on a almost month-by-month basis, it fluctuates between amber, heading towards amber and heading towards red, which is why it's very difficult to answer your question succinctly. The issue around recruitment and retention of social workers changes regularly, so therefore we've highlighted as amber. We're confident that we are moving towards green, but it would be far too early for us even at the moment to say that we're in a position where we're moving from amber to green.
If I may just point out, there is another factor, which is time, which is absolute. You've got to get there by a reasonable time. And if you're staying at a certain distance from it, that time is running out, and that's what you need to bear in mind.
Right, thank you for that. Is there any more questions on that particular item? So I'll move on to the next item, which I think has been certain things have been discussed. However, it will be presented to us the recruitment and retention strategy, and that will be Jane Moore and Sharon Cook again, please.
Thanks, Chair. The report that members have hopefully had time to consider outlines the work that we have completed within the service as part of a recruitment and retention strategy, and we did at a previous overview and scrutiny meeting introduce the reason we were doing that work and the draft for the work and the strategy that was being completed. So the challenge, as I've already said, is a national challenge. That doesn't make it easier for us in Leicestershire, but I think it gives us a context and helps us to understand some of the difficulties and problems that are around recruiting and retaining sufficiently experienced staff, especially within the areas that are considered to be more of a high challenge within social work. They tend to be the areas around the front door where there's a lot of urgent emergency work, and the teams, the areas around child protection and court work. What I can say is that we have done a lot of work, as you will know, because we've looked at it in some detail at previous committees, around our front door and the extra capacity that we've put in there, and training to support our staff. We also established, as part of the growth money following Ofsted, a practice excellence team that are a team of staff made up of a head of service, our principal social worker, and staff who are supporting and leading and embedding good quality practice, particularly in line with signs of safety methodology. Working in children's social care is stressful. How we deliver the service and how we support staff are key. One of the other additional things that we've done is looked at a service redesign around our locality teams to improve the experience for children and families, so that there isn't a continual change of workers, but also for staff within the localities, that means there is a more varied workload that they have, and you've not got some staff that are continually just focused on child protection work and court work. So some of the things that we've done have been to support our staff, support the recruitment, but support the retention of staff, and that's been very much around creating and making sure that we're creating the best possible working environment for the staff in the service. So in relation to our newly qualified social workers, we've worked alongside learning and development to revise our offer and programme to those newly qualified staff, and to make sure that, as well as a safer, reduced workload, that we've got them working alongside experienced staff and being mentored by experienced staff, and we're doing a lot of input with additional training for them. We've revised and developed the learning offer to all staff, all social work staff, and that includes, on top of other training, that we've given all our qualified staff an additional 3 days a year that they can utilise towards what will be their accreditation and a professional accreditation when we eventually get confirmation from the government about how that will work going forward. But we've actually produced a written offer to social workers that looks at their training and looks at their development. We've done a similar thing for our senior practitioners in looking at reducing their caseloads, looking at their professional support. So from January, we've developed, and it will run from January, an Aspire course, and that is a course that will help those staff who are at senior practitioner level to cement their training and experience, but if they want to go into the next level of development around team managers, it will support them in their career development. And that Aspires course will also be run for our new team managers as well, because we know that is one of the fundamental posts, and if we support and train our team managers when they come new to us, they in turn are more likely to stay with us, and they are the key linchpins within a supportive team for all staff. We complete as a senior management team monthly keeping in touch visits to each of our work areas, where myself, the director, lead members and relevant heads of service actually sit down with staff, and they can talk to us about what they feel is working well, what they're most proud of in their work, but also they can talk to us about what any issues and difficulties there are at a locality and team basis, so that we can work with them and resolve them. And as part of those visits, we do an observed practice, so we go out and see and meet families, so we learn from what families are saying to us about the quality of our service, but we're also seeing and keeping in touch with that frontline practice, which is important. we, as part of the recruitment and retention and the learning offer, all staff have a monthly team meeting, and we've introduced over the last 12 months that there's a learning set as part of that training, so, as part of those meetings, so that staff are getting an opportunity to actually look at what some of the key developments and issues are. We have, because of issues around pay and the gap between what Leicestershire pays for key posts and our competitors, introduced, as I said earlier, a market premium earlier this year for team managers and senior practitioners, and we are seeing that has helped us with both the retention and recruitment at those levels of posts. We currently have 4 vacancies for senior practitioners. Earlier in the summer we were running about 9, so we're starting to see that that's an improving picture. Trying to think of the other key things to tell you. One of the key areas I think that evidences some of our success is we've had a number of people that have worked with us as agency staff and have come in agency posts that have elected to move over and be permanent members of staff for us. I can get the actual figure for you for a future meeting, but from team managers, senior practitioners and social workers, we've had that happen in a number of the teams, and that's testament to people coming to us, being paid a lot more money as agency staff, but liking what they see in Leicestershire and liking the support that's offered to them. So particular pressures for us continue to be around the level 3 experienced staff, and that has led to an agreement from the 1st of October to pay a market premium for level 3 staff. So over the next period we would hope to see an improvement in the retention in that and recruitment in that area. We have seen some success in key areas of the business where we've been able to reduce caseloads and workloads that we need to talk about, because when we talk solely about numbers, that doesn't reflect some of the complexities of some of the families that we work with. And we've also looked at some, so for the independent reviewing officers, we looked at a regrading around their posts, so they're now paid more in line with what competitors' authorities pay, and for the first time we have now fully recruited to all those posts, and the last few people will be taking up posts in the next, before December, so that is a real positive area. Frontline is something that I've already talked about. So I think I've given an overview of the things that we've been doing as part of the recruitment and retention.
Thank you very much for that. There's just two comments I'd like to say on that. Was you've got the professional development, and you launched that a clearer professional development. I think that's terribly important for employees to see that they can aspire to grow with the county council. And the other one is that you do go out to the families and take their point of view as well, because their perception is an awful lot different to our perception. So thank you very much. Right, Councillor Pendleton, please.
Thank you, Chairman. When I was with Ivan last year, I had the privilege of going around to the Keeping in Touch meetings, and I have to say that I was astounded beyond belief by the dedication that I saw with our teams. It really was super to see, and in particular the team managers and the experienced social workers who were taking on far more than really, you would have almost expected them to do. I'm so pleased that we've given them now a market bonus, and that the experienced social workers equally have got that market bonus, because they will carry the new recruitments in terms of the four effective days a week that they give, and also in terms of the complex work that they will be beginning to take on in their development process and their career process. My question, I think, hangs on the question or the statement that social workers are in short supply, and you would always increase the money in a straight supply and demand situation. This isn't a straight supply and demand situation, and I just want to commend the complex work that our director and deputy director and the teams have done, because it is complex, and they've actually been out, listened and acted upon and produced a much better system than I believe we've had before. Really the question now is, sorry Chairman, I can see your question, new recruits, how are we going, and what is our real serious deadline for getting those through? And whilst I understand that all this work has had to be done first, it's been done. And so now we must see the light at the end of the tunnel. Can you give me that light?
The recruitment process is an ongoing process, so we're out to recruit all of the time. I can say to you that we had some very successful recruitment last week. We are recruiting over this next week for, we've got 4 very strong outside external applicants for senior practitioners. So we envisage, though we can't preempt the outcome of that process, that we will have success at that senior practitioner level. I think in relation, it would be wrong of me, though, to say that this is not hard work and that we've got to continue with this, and we still have a number of social work posts that we want to recruit to. What I would love to be in is a position when we next review this to be able to report a much reduced number of vacancies. We are working really hard to do that, but I think the reality is I do need to put in that it's a very complex picture, an area that we're working in.
If I may then, Chairman, we will need to review. It is as simple as that, and to understand if there are any other areas which we could help or highlight at some point. And with that, thank you, because, as I say, it's not an easy one to crack.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan.
I'm going to follow up on that last question from Trevor and on the last point I made in the previous item. Forgive me if I'm being a bit obtuse, but what is your success criteria? What does success look like? Is it 0 vacancies, or is it something else? And when do you expect to get there?
We could never say that success criteria would be that we would fill all vacancies. We would always aspire to that, but I think that it would be wrong for us to say. We are factoring in that there will always be an element of vacancy rate within the service. That's the nature of any organisation where people are growing and moving. What we'd want to see is that movement is a positive move within our organisation, and people aren't leaving to go and join an agency or an authority that's paying more money, that it's positive movement. But we would expect over the next 12 months, which is the 3rd year of our Road to Excellence, that we will start to build upon and see progress against the green shoots that we've seen with the recruitment and retention work, towards a much greater, a lower number of vacancies within the service.
I'm going to have to press this one, Chairman. I'm looking for some description of what success looks like, not what it isn't, which I suggested it might be no vacancies. Please put me right if that's not what you're aiming for, or at least that's not a reasonable or a realistic expectation. But I think we need to have a timescale. Are you saying within the next 12 months or so we'll get to some meaningful juncture with this?
I'd like to ask Jane Moore to come in at this place, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in terms of success criteria, you're absolutely right. There's a range of success criteria. Our ambition would be to have no vacancies. It's not a realistic position, as Sharon set out. But I think in terms of success criteria, we will know we've been successful when children continue to be supported adequately, caseloads are low, staff are not leaving the service for reasons as Sharon's not as highlighted, but also that we are able to completely reduce the use of agency. I think the context, and I know you're pushing us on a timescale for this. I think the context of this cannot be underestimated. This is probably the most critical area for the department, so therefore the success of this is of paramount importance for us within the directorate. Our ambition would be that we get to a position where we don't have vacancies in order to ensure that caseloads are manageable for staff to be able to produce positive outcomes for children. I think another area we would want to be in a position of is that rather than having to recruit agency staff to cover things like sickness or maternity or staff leaving, that we have a permanent workforce that can do that. So there's a basket of success criteria that we would be looking for, one of which would be minimal vacancies. I think the bit that we're managing within the department is twofold. One is around being absolutely realistic about this in light of the national context. But secondly, that this is, as I've already said, our most critical strategy within the department. If we don't get this right, the knock-on impact for children is enormous. So we would like to be saying to you, within a year's time, we will be in a position where we have no vacancies, where we have a slow turnover of staff or a positive turnover of staff. I'm not sure we're in a position where we can give you a target. However, what I will say is that over the last 12 to 18 months, the implementation of the strategy that Sharon set out, I think will make a very slow and steady progress towards having a very minimal use of agency. And again, if I just a little bit more context, our use of agency has increased significantly over the last 18 months. Part of that is because of the additional funding we were given, but a significant part of that was because we wanted to get the caseloads of our social workers down. So part of the reason why we're in the position we're in is about moving very steadily towards a much more stable process or position.
Just wrap up with that one then, because I think you've come a bit further in terms of answering me, but we just need to know as a scrutiny committee what success looks like, and then we can get on your side if you're getting there, but we can perhaps get onto you a little bit more if you're not. And we also want to know in 6 months or whenever we next renew this, whether you're on track to get to where you intend to go. That's simply what we're trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do anyway.
Yeah, I absolutely hear you. And I think, I guess it's not the time, not answering the question, is that I think the complexity of this strategy means it's a very difficult question to answer. So in terms of what success would look like, I think we've outlined it. It would be low caseloads, it would be minimal turnover of staff, and it would be a solid and stable workforce. The bit that I think we are not going to be able to do is set ourselves a deadline for which that will be achievable by. However, I think the bit that we will be able to report to you is whether we're going backwards, increased use of agency, or whether we're going forwards in terms of stability. At this moment in time, we are going forwards in terms of stability. I think the other bit I would like to say, and I think you're absolutely right, this is a key area of challenge for us, is that this is a national issue, and the whole myriad of issues that sit around this profession, including issues around the complexity, as we've set out, of caseloads, some of the media challenges that we're having around some particular cases, make this profession a really difficult one to recruit into. What we're wanting to create in the department is that Leicestershire is the place where social workers want to work, and that this department is where social workers feel safe, they feel supported, and that they can develop. So I think you're right, this needs to remain on the table in terms of a kind of continual discussion about where we're at.
At the end of this, if we could agree when the next review will come to this committee chair, I think that'll be helpful.
I think in all of that, what I've picked out is the retention. It's the retention that's is something that you can affect as a council, and I think that will be the important factor to be able to keep those that we have trained. Mrs. Wright.
Yeah. You identified the risk of burnout is real, and it's clear from the report that experienced social workers are doing a remarkable job to get this level of performance. That is obvious. So I just want to know how you identify the risk of burnout and what triggers and mechanisms you're using to help those experienced social workers.
One of the key areas to identify how staff are managing and coping and stress levels is our use of supervision. So we have a very clear and structured supervision policy where at least once a month, and I say at least because if you've got a newly qualified member of staff or you've got a member of staff who's had a particular issue with either cases or things that happen outside of work, then a manager can increase the frequency of that supervision. But at least once a month they would sit down with their manager for a one-to-one to talk about the casework, but also talk about how that's affecting them as workers. And the revision to that supervision policy that I referred to earlier, where we're working with research in practice about how we're improving that and how we are developing and making sure that we do more reflective supervision. So it's not simply compliance, have you visited, have you done, though we do need to know those things. It's really the more complexities around how things make you feel, how you've coped with something. Some of the really challenging situations that our children live through, social workers are dealing with those alongside them, and we acknowledge that. So that is part of the reflective supervision. The other thing that we do, and our service redesign that I can talk to you about in more detail will enhance, is that we do some pod working. So again, at a similar level within the teams, with the senior practitioners, workers will sit down as a group, will unpick a case, look at the issues, look at the safety issues, look at the safety planning, and look at some of the areas about how they can work differently with that family. That would include any support that they required or needed. And our service redesign of the locality teams is actually strengthening that pod working. So in relation to families, they will have an allocated worker, but they will be known to the people who are within that pod, so people can work together. And if a worker's not in for a particular reason, it doesn't mean that a family has to wait for a service. We do a lot of co-working, so more complex cases. We have established a permanence team. It's a pilot at the moment in our adoption service, so where we've got children where adoption is likely to be the plan. We are working at a co-working arrangement, so the child social worker is working to take the case through court and the very complex and often very challenging things that are happening for those children, but they have somebody working closely alongside them that's doing a lot of the work around identifying potential adopters, the matching, so they're sharing that workload and some of the complexities. We are very proud that we have some very experienced, unqualified social work staff who work within our teams that play a really vital role in supporting. So working around contact, some of the parenting work, some of the direct work. We have support to those workers, but they are additionality that means that not one person is going out on a visit and visiting a family where there are difficulties. I'd add to that what I've talked about our learning offer and our training offer for staff. and the way that and the environment and the culture that we are creating and determined to create, where people can speak up. So I've talked about the keeping in touch visits. I've talked about we now have a yearly social work conference. In November we've got a Pride in Practice conference. So that's about people celebrating successes and learning from each other, but actually having that open environment where people can talk and can learn in an appreciative way. If things haven't gone quite as they need to, or people are struggling, then it's not a stiff upper lip and you get on with it culture. It's about people sharing that, and that collectively we look at how best we support children.
Councillor Fryer.
Thank you very much. Well, I think most of my points have been raised by others. The one thing I'm really interested in is that I see we've got quite a few of the newly qualified coming in to join it. But I think on page 36, under item 7, paragraph 7, is the fact that we're including ways to grow our own. I think it's so important that, particularly in social work, well, all of our work in this country, but I think to have people that we have been able to instill into them the ethos of this work in Leicestershire and how we do it may be quite different to other practices, but our ethos is care for all, including our clients, all our residents, but also our staff. If we don't have happy staff, we won't have happy residents, and that's where the turnover comes. And I think sometimes to grow your own, and I would hope that out of these newly qualified ones that are the under the ASYE scheme at the moment, that some of these will see that yes, there is a future here in Leicestershire. It's a good place to work, it's an ideal situation, but they have to be nurtured, and I'm so pleased to hear, as I'm sure all of us are on this panel, the care we take with the welfare of our staff as well as the people we're looking after. But that I think is vital, and that's where you can often get the best qualified and the best retention is through training and helping your own. I just wondered if Mr. Auld had anything. I hoped he would agree with us all. But
thank you, Chair. I might agree or I might disagree. I have in my mind the previous director telling me at a lead member meeting that 5 ASYEs who were all in first response, which is the area that was outlined with most concern in the Ofsted report, were leaving the authority at the end of their year for jobs elsewhere. I have in mind the fact that there are authorities around that give golden hellos of up to £7,000 for every new person that comes. And the problem when you are the lowest funded council in the country is that you are not in the same position. And for those who constantly go on about market forces as if it's the answer to everything, I'm afraid it isn't, because there's a downside to it, and if anything, we are the downside. However, having been to one of the social conferences over in Melton about 2 months ago, I was struck by the vibrancy of the people present. And without anybody knowing about it, Sharon, Jane, other colleagues had decided that they would give awards out that day. Those awards were incredibly well received. People were proud, and they showed pride in actually being identified for good practice. So I think the challenge for us is, we know we can't pay what London can pay. Look at the spend per head in London and compare it to the spend per head in Leicestershire. But what we can work at, and what is being worked at, is giving the maximum amount of job satisfaction within the role that people have got in this county. And if I can play some small part in achieving that, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Auld. Is there any more comments on this, please? No.
Thank you, Chair. I'm joined by my colleague Alison Bradley, who is Head of Education, Equality and Inclusion within the department. Just by way of introduction, we've pulled this report together to give an overview of the Forgotten Children report that was published in July 2018 that looked at the, in particular really, the use of alternative provision nationally. So we've given you a summary of that report, but also set alongside it two things. One is Leicestershire's position, so what we do in Leicestershire, but we've also introduced some of the developmental work that's taking place along the department. So really the purpose of the report is to give you an overview of that work, and no doubt there'll be some other questions coming from it, or a further report with more detail in due course. So I'll hand over to Alison, who'll take us through the detail of the report. Thank you.
Hello. So you'll see on page 1, page 1, but it's page 41 of your documents that you have on there, that the background is that this is about the exclusion of young people, but also about the exclusion of young people and their attendance then in alternative provision. So there are two themes running through this as well. The report notes as well that there are young people being excluded, but there's a higher propensity for a certain group of young people to be excluded, and that's children in care, children in need, and children with special educational need. The young people are being placed in alternative provision, but for a variety of reasons. They may have been permanently excluded, it may be temporary, it may be for a short period of time, or it may be internal to the school's organisation. The report also goes on to share that there are a mixed economy of schools, and as we know in our authority, we have schools that are maintained, we have schools that are standalone academies, and we have schools that are multi-academy trusts. The report recognises that the influence to affect those schools is quite limited on the part of both the local authority, and that exclusion does reside with the accountability towards the head of a school. The report does go on to share as well that currently that legislation does fall in favour of the school. So if an exclusion does occur, that the legislation does currently sit in balance in favour of the school. The recommendations of the report are for that the legislation should fall in favour of the child and the family. There are added implications into this that the data towards exclusion and off-rolling should be noted as well. So there are hidden aspects, so that hence the very long title of Forgotten Children. There are children who are off-rolled and the associations of that, so the report does pick up on that aspect too. I'm now going to the reporting how the Leicestershire position, and this is the Leicestershire position at the time of writing this report, so we are in a position also sharing with you where we have moved on to following the writing of this report. So the position at the writing of the report shows that we are in a position to actually have data sets for young people who are either excluded or young people who are electively home educated, children who are missing education, and pupils who are missing out on education. So we hold those data sets currently. The Forgotten Children's report didn't actually explicitly note elective home education, but the position for Leicestershire is that we have 505 pupils who are considered currently as electively home educated. The local authority has a duty to check and ensure that those young people who are electively home educated are receiving suitable education. That provision has been commissioned out up until now, but now is a provision that has been brought in-house, so we have areas of developments that we can put into place around elective home education. The report notes that there has been an increasing trend in exclusion. Leicestershire rates for exclusion do remain low when compared to national data. However, there are hidden aspects to the exclusions data. You'll see that the table provided in paragraph 18 does note the exclusion data, but this is for 2016-17. That's a period in time that has gone. We're now into the academic year of 2019-20. Young people who attend alternative provision in Leicestershire can currently fall into 4 categories. We've got Oakfield Short Stay School, which is a pupil referral unit, and as is an alternative provision offer. We've also got those attending alternative provision via the agreements with the Secondary Education Partnership, which is an agreement that we have with the secondary group of schools. We have those attending alternative provision via the Children with Medical Needs Team 2, and we've got children attending alternative provision via an individual agreement with the school, which we may or may not have knowledge of. I've gone into detail about the Oakfield Short Stay School and the secondary partnerships in there for more detail. As I said at the beginning of the section where we are in terms of the Leicestershire position, Leicestershire does hold data sets for young people who are either formally excluded, fixed term excluded, or are missing out on mainstream education. The Leicestershire developments, this is the bit about putting you up to date with where the developments fall so far. We have reviewed all the service areas that are linked to inclusion, both the primary and the secondary, and the children with medical needs, elective home education, pupils missing out on education, and they do all now sit in the head of service area for education, quality and inclusion. From July the 1st, the department also appointed an inclusion manager, which does fit with the recommendations of the Forgotten Children's report to have a senior officer in local authority. So I'd like to note that before that report came out, we had somebody in post, so we are following the theme and the recommendations of the Forgotten Children's report. As Head of Service for Education, Quality and Inclusion, I do convene regular supervision meetings with the service managers, and inclusion sits as a theme, so we can pick up on all the aspects of young people who have either been formally excluded, who are not accessing education for the reasons noted earlier. The conclusion of the report is that there are a range of changes that are being suggested around the legislation linked to exclusion, and that is being picked up in the Timpson report. But the report does also highlight the limited powers that the local authority currently has to influence and affect exclusions. But the paper does set out the actions being taken by the department to pick up on the recommendations of the report, and mainly in reviewing all the education functions so we can move forward and address those reasons.
Thank you, Alison. I'd just like to ask you something on a piece, just to clarify. We've got 505 children being home educated. Does that include the pupils whose parents have been encouraged to take the child out voluntarily?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to open it up. Mr. Pendleton, please.
Thank you, Joan. Can I refer members to page 42, paragraph 6 and 7, and looking at the types of exclusions that can take place. We've got one which says internal, where a pupil is placed in isolation and segregated from the rest of the school. As an ex-educationalist, I used to head up one of those units, and I can say I found them extremely useful in terms of not finally allowing pupils to come to the 505 figure, which then, darn it, the Education Authority has to try and manage. And I think this is really, in terms of responsibilities, something which I would like to ask Alison, do we, and you said we have limited scope to influence, particularly secondary pupils, secondary heads and the like, but what I'd like to ask is there not something we can do to make sure that everybody understands, in the secondary sector in particular, that a pupil inclusion unit is really almost an automatic thing, which an education or an educational establishment which really cares should be managing itself? Can we influence them, and are we able to influence them? And how many of these, as a percentage roughly, do we have operating in our secondary schools?
Okay, I'm recognising the question that you're asking me there, and we do have limited powers. However, it will be about relationship building. Up until the start of this academic year, we haven't had a formal link with each of the schools. So one of my other service areas, which is the education quality team, has been reviewed and is in place to be the education effectiveness team. So that will be the first point of contact at every single school. That education effectiveness partner will hold the data sets for that school around their elective home education, referrals around to the secondary partnerships, if we just stick to this being part of the secondary school discussion, and around those young people who have been off-rolled, moving to other schools, or who are currently in the elective home education sector. So a dialogue can start. It has to come from a position of relationships and partnerships to get that discussion into place. And then we're in the journey to make sure that we can say, have you considered all the offers and options that are available to you to support that?
Thank you, Chairman. I realise that it's not an easy question for Alison with our limited sphere of influence to actually do, but it's something which I think we should ask and highlight, because really it's very easy for a secondary school just to say, you're out. They become part of the 505.
If I can just go back to that, the 505 is related to the elective home education as well. And I think at the moment there hasn't been a relationship to have that dialogue with the schools. We've already started having the dialogue when there is an elective home education coming our way. So we're already in discussions to say, have you actually followed proper process to check that that school is in a position to agree that that young person would be suitably electively home educated, because there are risk factors that sit underneath that. If it is a case where elective home education is for the reasons that everybody felt that there was a wellbeing and safeguarding issue not to be taken into account, but if there was, there's a duty to pass that information on to my colleagues within social care as well. So we haven't up until now, and my answer to that was to say we've started to have that relationship so we can go back, and we're already starting to put the challenge back into that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Wright.
Thank you. It's page 43, point 17. It says, to meet these requirements, the Children and Family Services Department current commission services to complete visits and monitor education. And my question was around clarification of how many visits, time, monitoring, etc. But then I think you said it's been bought in-house. So I just wanted a little bit of clarification around that, please.
Yes, again, timing of writing the report, we were commissioning out, and that actually finished as a service on the 31st of October, as in last week at some point. So we then were working alongside that to look at other options to put into place, and we have, as an interim measure, brought that facility in-house whilst we are reviewing all the other services related to inclusion to look at how we can do that, because currently we have held the data sets and we would do our statutory visit in the statutory amount of time. However, there are circumstances where more than that could possibly be warranted, as in my illustration of whether there are safeguarding or wellbeing concerns, and whether the family feel that they've elected for elective home education for the right reasons.
So if we're talking about numbers, so how many times do we have to go and visit? Can we go and visit? You know, that sort of information.
The statutory duty is to visit once to make sure that everything is in place there. What we haven't got that's highlighted on there, we have no authority to get past the threshold of the door to be able to go in and do that. So that is the bit that is very difficult to navigate through.
If I could just ask you, do you actively engage? You say we've got no authority to go over the threshold of the door, but we actively engage with those families that are home educated. Thank you. Mr. Sheehan.
I believe Mr. Kaufman had his hand up first, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Kaufman.
Who's sat next to him? So.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Chair, forgotten children missing out on education. I know of at least 3 families in my own division where the children are missing out on education because the parents physically can't get the children to school. I bang on every time I have an opportunity about local parents not being able to get into Oadby schools, and even at the end of last week I was emailed in a copy of a letter that was sent to the director where a family have just given up and are withdrawing a child from school because they just can't cope with getting children to school at different parts of the county at the same time. Children from Oadby are now being directed to schools in Blaby and all over the place, and it's having an incredibly damaging effect on family life. So I do know of families where the children are actually not going to school because the schools that are being provided by the authority, and I'm not having a go at the authority, it's the system I'm having a go at, are missing out on education. And I just wonder where they're included in your figures, because it's a frightening process. The time has got to come, I think, when the local authorities, the government have got to wake up that the local authorities have got to be in charge of catchment areas, even if they're not running the local schools, because we have a deplorable situation brought on by the current system. And I just wondered whether, A, you knew about the families, certainly in my division, where the kids are not going to school, and what we're able to do about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, those families that you're referring to are subject to issues in relation to admission, as you've set out. So the report around forgotten children will cover those children if, as a result of those issues, parents are then electing to home educate them. So that criteria or category of children aren't directly addressed in this report. We absolutely appreciate that there are some areas of the county whereby children are expected to travel further for their school places as a result of the issues that you've identified around admissions, oversubscription, popularity of schools, a whole host of issues. This report doesn't directly address those unless, as a result of that issue, parents have elected to home educate their children. So some of the children that you're talking about will have a school identified, so they'll be on roll at a school which is, as you say, over 3 miles away, so they wouldn't be counted as children who are missing education, that because they're all registered on roll of a school. This report covers those children who are educated elsewhere through alternative provision or who are electively home educated. I think some of the issues that you're raising are slightly separate from the report, albeit a significant issue for the authority and those families, but aren't covered within the auspices of this report.
Chair, thank you, Anne. Thanks for the explanation, but I think there ought to be some work on the children that apparently, according to the bureaucracy, are registered with a school but are actually not attending, and what is going to happen with those children.
Is there a way that we can collect that data or have it to hand?
Yes, we know exactly who those children are. I think, just for clarity, those children do have a school, so they are on roll of a school. The issue, as Mr Kaufman is raising, is that the expectation of travel for those children is often further than would be anticipated by the family. So we know exactly who those children are. We know exactly who the children are who are contesting the allocation of places. And indeed, we know the children whose parents are taking them off roll of the school as a result of it being too far. And as Mr Kaufman set out, the local authority has a duty to ensure that there are sufficient school places for children. We have sufficient school places for our Leicestershire children. The issue is of distance and of popularity of some schools, and indeed the catchment areas of some schools as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Sheehan.
Your turn now.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. Shall I go through them one at a time?
Yes.
Yeah. Paragraph 5 it mentions the categories of children who are more likely to be excluded. One of them is children in poverty. I was trying to understand why that particular category would lead to more likelihood of exclusion. What's the explanation, please?
My interpretation of that, because this is lifted from the report, but my interpretation of that would be their vulnerability to be picked up by the school for probably non-compliance. The report highlights that young people can be excluded from school for reasons of not having the right uniform in place. So in terms of poverty, that could be an aspect that could be picked up onto there. So the first section of this report is lifting the findings from the report's findings themselves.
It's quite shameful that children should be excluded for reason of poverty, and I hope that doesn't go on in Leicestershire. But well, okay, I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, I think just for clarity, the children wouldn't be excluded for reasons of poverty. What we know is, and there's a range of national research that sets out that children who are living in poverty are often more vulnerable to various outcomes, one of which would be exclusion. So they wouldn't be excluded as a result of poverty. But what we know is that children living in poverty have a range of poorer outcomes, one of which would be more likely to be excluded. Now, my take on that would be is that those children, as a result of living in poverty, their behaviour may be exacerbated, they may well not be able to engage as well. There might be a whole raft of issues. What this report points at is the kind of categories of children who are more likely to be at risk of exclusion.
But I think the point really is, I mean, you look at paragraph 18, Leicestershire does appear to be somewhat more tolerant than other places with respect to inclusion, but I'm just wondering if there's more of a culture from outside of Leicestershire coming in with multi-academy trusts, that they're not sort of ingrained in the Leicestershire culture, and that they could be a little bit more keen to exclude when they don't need to, perhaps.
Again, just for clarity, obviously that the data, as Alison's highlighted in paragraph 5, is national data. What we know in Leicestershire is that we have, and you can see the outcome of which is our low exclusion rates. We know that within Leicestershire, our families of schools or our groups of schools work really well together to keep children in school. What we haven't done is broken down our exclusion categories to see whether or not there is a prevalence of children who are living in poverty being excluded. We do have a range of data around our exclusions, but what we don't know is whether or not there are groups of children who are living in poverty who are more at risk of exclusion within Leicestershire.
I sort of accepted there was a difference of interpretation and view on that. That's probably why I'm sat here and you're sat there on the poverty issue. But I think the tolerance of exclusion in Leicestershire is something that I think we ought to be proud of. I think we ought to guard against that being eroded by influences from multi-academy trusts, for example. So that's all the point I was trying to make. Move on to my next question, Chairman. With alternative provision, is the placement for a fixed period, or is there a point where somebody has to sit down and make a decision whether the child can return to mainstream school? And also, are we going to be looking at a future meeting about best practice within the alternate provision sector? Because I think we need to sit down and look at that and see what we like and what we perhaps would like to change.
Pressing the wrong button there, sorry. Yes, within Leicestershire, the actual time that a young person is spent in alternative provision would be around the individual casework related to that young person. So there would be an assess, plan, do and review model onto that. In terms of quality of education in an alternative provision, it's mainly brokered through our secondary partnerships, and our secondary partnerships have a quality assurance model that they actually moderate amongst themselves in there, and we involve in that process as well. But more and more there is consideration to use alternative provision less and actually build that capacity back into the mainstream system, and actually look at an enhanced bespoke model within the mainstream capacity as well.
Claire, who makes the decision for the child to return to mainstream school? Is it the mainstream school? Is it the alternate provider? Is it a combination of the two with consultation with the parents? Does county all get involved? Who actually takes that decision whether to go back?
If we look, I can answer the question for the primary sector, because remember we have Oakfield Short Stay School, which is an alternative provision, which is good and continues to be good, and the decision is made there collaboratively with the sending school, or if they've not got a sending school, they are permanently excluded. It would be the Oakfield Short Stay School that would make that decision, and in collaboration with the parents and the pupil involved. In the secondary sector, it would be led by the same combination. It would be the school that have referred to the secondary partnerships and the alternative provision, and the student and the family sitting underneath that.
Mr Kaufman.
Yeah, if I can just come back and add some context to your comments about the exclusion of pupils through poverty. It's got to be told that nearly 40 years ago, this local authority was one of the first in the country to make two resolutions. One, that teachers were not allowed to beat children up and corporal punishment was banned in all of Leicestershire schools, and the other one was that no child should be excluded from a county school because they haven't got a school uniform. And we thought that we'd achieved something. I was on in the 80s here, and I hear that that's one of the reasons and I know it, I've seen it, I've heard it. So we've gone backwards, haven't we?
I feel there is a difference here with the school uniform aspect. We have got schools that actually provide for low-income families their school uniform. The schools do have budgets for that. I think it's quite healthy to recognise that the percentage of pupils that are in poverty that get excluded from school. I think it's a data that we need to collect, and it's not necessarily a result of being in poverty, but it's just one of those other data responses that we collect. As for alternative provisions, I am aware that a huge piece of work is being carried out along alternative provisions, and I hope that will come back to this committee when the work has been completed. Is there a date for that at all?
No, I think the work that you're alluding to is part of the bigger piece of work that we're doing around inclusion. I think it would be really beneficial for us to come back with some more information, certainly around categories of exclusions in Leicestershire, so we can be really clear about what we're talking about within Leicestershire, but also some more information around elective home education, as well as our children missing education and what we're doing. As Alison set out in the overview of the report, we're right at the early stages really developing our inclusion functions. So I'd like to come back in probably about 12 months' time, where we can really share with you the outcome of some of that work in terms of numbers and movement as well.
Thank you. Mr Welsh.
Thank you, Chair. We, as our powers have changed over education, we rarely debate it. This is one of the first times I remember for a long time where we've talked these things through. And one of the things that it's brought home to me is that I'm confused now. I thought I understood more about this. And we're talking about children who are and are not being educated. And I'm perhaps seeking a little bit of clarification. How many children do we think in Leicestershire are not receiving any education? Now, it might well be that somebody's declared they're being home educated, but if I understand rightly, some of them are just excluded pupils that we just know aren't being educated, but maybe I've misunderstood that. And my second question is, where there is an alternate provision in place, how few a number of hours could they be receiving in terms of education? It may well be that a later paper will tease out more of that, but I think I need to go away and learn some things before we have that debate.
I'd just like to respond to that and say, yes, I think we do need to bring other data back for clarification around that, because the questions that you've asked are have variable answers to them. For example, how long does a young person stay in alternative provision? What is agreed? That is a very individual basis, and I can go into much more detail about that. In terms of asking the questions, who is not included in education, we've got very clear data sets reported to us, and we're very clear whether you are electively home educated, whether you're missing out on education, and whether you're excluded, and whether you're permanently excluded. And the numbers of that will vary. It's a snapshot in time that we can get that information, but I think that is something that would be more useful if it was reported back later on for you to consider that.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think the other point you raised, Mr. Welsh, is really important. This is a really complex area. So when we're talking about children in alternative provision, there's a number of hours that they're able to be in alternative provision. There's a whole raft of kind of legislation around it. So I think it would be useful for us to bring that back as well, to clarify what we mean when we're talking about exclusion, what we mean by electively home educated, how many children are we talking about, how many children are we concerned about, and what are we doing. And it may be that we can bring that data back sooner than the 12 months where we share with you the outcome of the work that we're doing. So we ought to be in a position in 6 months' time where we're able to share with you the absolute numbers of children missing education, the breakdown of those who are electively home educated, a breakdown of our exclusions, and that kind of data, alongside that, the questions you're asking around clarity of what does alternative provision mean, what does it mean to be excluded, and certainly clarifying what is the role of the local authority in some of that as well. So I wonder whether we come back sooner with the answer to some of those questions before coming back with a bit more detail about, and so what are we doing?
Yes, please. So, Mrs. Page.
Thank you, and that preempted my question and my suggestion. Thank you very much. But just a couple of points on that. Alison referred to that the provision is going to be brought back in-house. So how do you see that panning out? What will we do? That's question number one. And if we're going back to paragraph 17, and Maggie referred to that, we've said we will meet the requirement currently commissioned services to complete visitors monitor the actual educational attainment. Now, are we doing that? And if so, what are the results on the bottom of that? And a simple question then, why are we working? I know they're national data, but why are we working from a 2017 table rather than a 2019 and 20 table on page 44? And my last point is paragraph 28, which refers to the document reviewed service areas, and it kind of links to 17. So what are the outcomes? What have we got there? Thank you.
Okay, easy one to answer first then. The data sets, that's what nationally, if we looked just to national data that's produced, we're always running on historical data, and I would totally agree with you that it's just what we've got there, but we have current data. So in terms of the data sets that we said we'd bring forward, we can bring up-to-date current data in terms of how many exclusions, how many fixed term exclusions, alongside all the variables. This report is really generating the appreciative inquiry into the forgotten cohorts of children. We've highlighted in here, when you're referring to paragraph 17, that's an aspect that we as Leicestershire are highlighting that was not highlighted tremendously in the Forgotten Children's Report. We are highlighting that elective home education is a category, or could be categorised as forgotten children, because they may, for genuine reasons, want to have elective home education, but there may, and we do know through inquiry into casework, that elective home education is also another form of exclusion. Dialogue will take place between schools to say it may be preferable if you electively home educate your son or daughter, and we won't put a permanent exclusion onto there. So that's data that we know through casework, in-depth inquiry into that.
28.
Yes, so that's 28 onto there. So how are we going to do, if I just go back as well onto the how are we going to do that? So we are making sure that we are doing that. We've managed to do that by bringing it in-house, because we've reviewed all our inclusion functions. So we've brought some other services back into house, and we are looking at reviewing and looking at where capacity lies to greatly enhance that elective home education activity per se. In terms of where have we got to so far, we do have all the inclusion functions that sit for a young person, whether they are reported data on elective home education, children with medical needs, because they may not equally be accessing mainstream education, children who have been excluded, so we know in the primary sector and in the early years sector whether they are excluded before they're even hitting statutory school age, and whether they're not being able to be included into PVI settings, and whether we know through secondary we've got that information. So we've got all those service areas all stacked up as of the 1st of September. We're in a position now to review all the staffing structures that sit onto that from an as-is structure to look at a to-be structure. And alongside that, we're working to bring that relationship bit. The answer I had to Mr Pendleton there was we do have the education effectiveness team, so every single school has a point of contact from our department to have that dialogue. So we've got the data, and at the first level we've got dialogue into the schools to say your data is telling us this in terms of your academic attainment for the young people in the school, but your data is also telling us this, that a cohort of young people are missing out on education in your school. How can we work to overcome that?
May I just come back? I assume all of that will form part of the report, then that will be really welcome, I think, and I'm sure it will be a comprehensive piece of work. But you've just referring to we're getting the data, blah, blah, blah. So, yes, but then have you already spent some time on how we're going to monitor that on a regular basis? Because if we get this data, we know the outcomes are lax, but what are the respective authority what are they going to do to overcome that, to, you know, remedy it, to improve it? So will there also be a kind of monitoring process in place to ensure the outcomes are met?
I would expect to see that in terms of the data sets that we've got around young people, if I just stick to the elective home education bit on there, that actually if we split them up into the categories of young people who have made a conscious and it's a beneficial elective home education decision compared to the cohort, if I describe them as they are there because they were urged, pushed to be there, I would expect that that as a success criteria, that number would reduce and that those young people are effectively included back into the education sector. So that would be a measure of success that we could be looking at.
Thank you. Mr Old.
Thank you, Chair. I think I need to start by reminding people this is the second report on education this year. And this was originally discussed back in June, so we are keeping you up to date. I would like to know, and nobody here is going to be able to tell me, exactly what outcomes there will be from the House of Commons report. It strikes me that if you hold a report and you have recommendations, if they just gather dust on the shelf, what was the point in doing the exercise in the first place? And it's fairly obvious that they are recommending guidance should be issued to schools, that's in paragraph 11, and that particularly in paragraph 10, local authorities should be given the appropriate power to ensure. So when Alison tells you that we brought it back in-house, we are ahead of the game. We're already implementing what the report has asked. I've also personally visited every inclusion partnership at secondary school level in the last 2 years to check for myself what is taking place. But outside of this, as Geoffrey Kaufman has already indicated, there are areas where we know there's a problem, but we don't have the legal power to do anything about it. So let's take elective home education as a start. We can only see the child if the parent agrees. We don't have a right of access to that child. We don't have a right to sit in and see what they've been taught. And until the government of the day changes the law, that will remain the position. Is it a new problem from academies? The answer is no. When Tony Blair was Prime Minister and the Every Child Matters agenda was brought in, one of the first things that lead members did back in 2005 was to say clearly to government, you have to give us a right of access to these children. We never got it. We didn't get it under the coalition government, and we haven't got it under the current government, which means that there is another factor here, not mentioned in the report, which makes me very anxious, and that is that without that right of access, how do we know how many young children are being trafficked in this country. And trafficked children are not only forgotten, they're not even observed. So it is a serious worry. I think I would say that an area that I personally am interested in and that I intend raising, having listened to all of your questions, is how many of the children off the roll of the school end up coming into care. That is the sharp question to ask. How many of these children end up coming into care? And that's something that we're going to have to look at. And there is the other problem that I understand children to have a legal right of a certain number of hours every week of education. I don't know whether we deliver that in Leicestershire. Every time I make inquiries about this, it's almost impossible to get a hard and fast definitive answer because the position changes literally from day to day and from week to week. I'd like to think the House of Commons Education Committee report will lead to some changes, but based upon historical outcomes, the answer will be we'll still be, or my successors will still be discussing this in 10 years' time.
Well, let's sincerely hope not. The right questions need to be asked here. So we've got some things from that. The exclusion figures, the various variables that will affect them, and be able to list them. And if we could have the figures on the how many excluded children end up in our care, that would be lovely. Thank you very much. Right. The next item is the annual report of the Independent Reviewing Officer, and again, it's Jane Moore and Sharon Cook. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. The report before you is the annual report of the Independent Reviewing Officer with regard to children in care and those subject to child protection planning. And the report that's attached to the major report, or the main report rather, outlines the legal requirements of the county to have an independent reviewing service, and emphasises the need and responsibility that they have to focus on the interests of children that are in the care of the authority, as well as children who are subject to child protection planning. The focus of the key or main report outlines the activity of the safeguarding unit in relation to the independent reviewing officer activity for the period from April 2017 to the 31st of March 2018. It's a yearly report that needs to come through here. It's taken some time to get through the reporting process this year. Some of that, but not wholly, is about that the actual service has been through a major review and action plan that's introduced new roles into the service. So that's part of the reason with the reporting process that it needs to go through. So the focus of the service is to protect the interests of children. It's to provide that independent oversight and challenge and quality assurance oversight for children, this vulnerable group of children, both on an individual basis, but also to identify any themes that may be emerging across the service that we need to address. IROs, as well as chairing set statutory meetings on the children, need to maintain a contact with the children during the intervening period between main meetings and provide what's known as a footprint on the file around the care planning. So they can challenge and do challenge if they believe that the local authority is not meeting its statutory requirements to a child. if the care plan is not progressing as it needs to, or if there are particular resource implications that are causing any delay. And that is in relation to children that are looked after, but it's also that independent oversight that's provided for children that are subject to child protection planning. There is a mechanism which is described in place, which is described in the report, that enables management alerts to go up to the relevant managers if anything's not happening as it should for a child. And that takes it all the way up to I chair a monthly challenge meeting where any cases that are deemed to be stuck or have not been unblocked, if you like, processes haven't been unblocked for particular children, or we have particular challenges, they will come to a meeting that I chair to make sure that we act in a timely and speedily way for this group of children. There is, within the statutory requirements, an independent reviewing officer can take, a local authority can go back to court if they feel that an authority is not meeting its requirements under any of the care planning. So the report outlines where there's good performance. So despite an increasing number of children looked after, we are meeting our requirements to ensure that statutory reviews and meetings for children on the child protection plan take place. We are seeing an increase in performance around permanence planning for children. So by the second statutory review, there is a responsibility on the authority to have in place what the permanence plan for that child is, or on the very small number where due to complexities that will take longer, that there is an agreed reason why that will take longer. The service have a regional link to make sure that we are on par with our statistical and regional neighbours, and the report also outlines the particular training that is undertaken with our IROs to make sure that, in line with signs of safety and other national and regional developments, that we are on top of our game. The particular challenges for the service over the 12-month period that's been reported on is that the service has been part of a HR action plan. So the safeguarding unit and our quality assurance team were part of a service redesign. That process has resulted in 2 new grade 14 posts being established and the regrading of our IROs. So, and during the period, although not part of the action planning, we have had a new service manager come into post. So Kelda Clare took up post in January of this year. And has made positive strides with the grade 14 staff to look to review the service and look at the key work that we need to do to move on. So the report outlines the key challenges for us, the areas of development over the 12-month period from March of this year, and a particular focus that's being given to areas of work. So unless there's any particular questions or on particular issues, I'll open it up.
Thank you. Mr. Pendleton, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Page 60, paragraph 3.5, should independent review officers have concerns about the conduct of the local authority in relation to its provision for a child in care, they have the power to refer cases to the Children and Family Court Advisory and Support Service. May I ask, have we had any issues like that? And if so, what the outcomes were? And I'm puzzled by page 79, paragraph 6.12. At the other end of the scale, sexual abuse is only representing 2%, which is significantly underrepresented. Can I just ask what that means? And I'm not being picky. It's important, and it's just both sides of the bracket. Thank you, Chairman.
In relation to the first question, we've not had any cases that have been referred to the Children and Family Court Advisory Service. We have had cases where reviewing officers have quite rightly challenged some of the care planning. That's healthy challenge, and quite rightly, we've been, along with the IRO, have needed to unpick that we're making the right plan for those children. But I would hope that responsibility and duty is there for IROs. It would, I am confident, be used if we weren't meeting our requirements, but I would expect that way before that process, as an authority, we'd be committed to unpicking and resolving the issue for that particular youngster. In relation to the issue 79 regarding sexual abuse. We have identified as a local authority, and I have shared this with members at our child protection panel, we've identified that we have a low number of children and young people who are subject of a child protection plan because of sexual abuse, familial sexual abuse. That is something that is currently being further investigated by us. There are to see what the reason for that is, and to see whether we that number is being masked in some other way. We do have a small number of youngsters who are on a child protection plan under a dual category. And we are good practice would be that we should pick and choose the main category of risk when recognising what's needed for a child on a child protection plan. What we are looking at, and Chris Narini as head of safeguarding and Kelda as the service manager for safeguarding, are doing a piece of work and will be presenting a paper to my senior management team within the next few weeks, is whether some of the youngsters who there are issues of sexual abuse are actually on our register because there may be sexual abuse and physical abuse, and they're categorised under one area and not the other. That wouldn't be unusual, but I would challenge that sexual abuse should be the primary category if that is the case. We also have a number of young people who we're working with under the harmful sexualised behaviour, and those young people we're looking at as to whether, if they themselves, they're young people that are displaying sexually harmful behaviour, if there are any concerns that that young person has or may have been abused themselves, that we're accurately recording that. So there is a key piece of work, a detailed piece of work that's coming to the senior management team, and it's something that can be shared with the child protection panel, but also this committee if need be.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happier with that, and I see now why that was a truncated line with the fuller explanation.
Thank you. Mrs. Wright.
Page 86, 6.5. We've got quite a paragraph there and bullet points of what needs to happen over 2018-19. It's just a question, really, what is actually happening, what's actually taking place?
All those things are being proactively worked upon, and I can, if committee would like, provide outside of this meeting an update on where the team are and the unit is in relation to those, but they are all part of the service delivery plan and they are all being progressed.
Brilliant. If we could, Chair.
Mrs. Page.
Thank you. It's been answered.
Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Chair. This is a genuine question because I just don't know, but can you explain briefly that about this independent reviewing officer. I learnt earlier on that that post is appointed by the county council, and it's on the county council staff. So, is there really an arm's length inspection from somebody who's employed by the county council inspecting somebody who works in another department? And I'd just like an assurance. I'm not saying that there isn't an arm's length approach, but can you sort of tell me how it is, and other members?
I can. There are a number of models that are used and have been tried by authorities across the country. And most authorities have found that the most successful way of providing the oversight that is required for an independent reviewing service is to base it within, as we do in the county, within our safeguarding unit. So the independence is provided that they are line managed and have a management accountability line of control that aren't responsible for any of the day-to-day practice. So they don't hold or that part of the service don't hold children's cases. They're not responsible for the day-to-day planning. They're not responsible for the decisions that go before the court. So their service manager and their head of service don't have oversight of any of that. So there's no area of conflict where they may be seeing a challenge from an IRO and being responsible for managing the allocation of cases. They are separate. And but you do need to have people that are social work qualified and experienced, and they do need to be managed and supported by people that are social work qualified and experienced.
You'll talk about auditors coming in, and there's an internal auditor and we have external auditors. Where does this fit in?
They provide in relation to their oversight and audit of children's cases. Is that what you want me?
Well, doing their job, are they considered an external, as you would consider an external auditor coming in, or are they? I mean, to put it succinctly, I suppose, if I was working in that department and I became too much of a pain because I was finding things were going wrong, would it affect my career prospects in the county council?
Not at all.
Just to pick up, just more broadly, I think we need to remember that the independent reviewing officers have a specific role, and Sharon's highlighted where they sit in terms of being separate from the fieldwork social workers or other practices. So the challenge works well within the department in relation to that. I think what we also need to remember is that there are, and this is the equivalent of the external auditors, there are a number of other things that go on within the department and external to the department that provide that quality assurance and oversight, one of which is Ofsted, another of which is our internal audit process. So the IROs are set up to undertake a very specific role in terms of challenge around children's cases, and there's very careful consideration given, as Sharon set out, to how those staff are therefore managed and supported within the structure as well. So they're one part of the overall assurance that happens within the department.
So just to clarify, is it statutory? Yes. Mr. Welsh, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question's about capacity. Tucked away in this report, on page 103, let's start there, there appears to be slides that were used, I suspect, at a conference by the IROs. I don't know, but you'll see that what else do we need to do? The bottom left, the last bullet is we need to increase the capacity in the IRO service. On page 95, the same slides appear, and on that, what else do we need to do, bottom left, increased capacity has been removed from that slide. So my question is, who was feeling that we needed more capacity? Have we therefore established more capacity? And is that why it was deleted from the slide? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. We increased capacity in the IRO service as part of our Ofsted growth money.
There's different dates, isn't there? 18, 19, as opposed to 17, 18.
I just wanted to make sure,
Yeah.
Chair, that there wasn't a feeling of
Thank you very much for that. Now we have a presentation, a report done on Fostering Agency Statutory Report. Jane and Nikki Collins, please. Sorry, Sharon and Nikki Collins.
Yeah, can I give Nikki's apologies. Joss Longman's attending for Nikki today, and Joss is the service manager within the fostering section.
Welcome,
So
Joss.
if I outline that you have before you the annual report for the fostering service that gives the detail of activity within the service over the period from April the 1st 2017 to the 31st of March 18. I think the key things to note are that there are some really quite rightly ambitious targets for us within our fostering service. We have a commitment and have made the right commitment to children within the authority that to increase our fostering capacity, so wherever possible, where children cannot be at home with their families and need to be in our care, that we will do everything possible to provide them with a home/family type placement. The authority, as members will hopefully remember, has had a particular challenge and a continued challenge that over a period of time, a 5-year period, a larger number of our foster carers would reach retirement age. So that was an added challenge for us. And when I talk about reach retirement age, we have had some absolutely fantastic and committed carers, and quite recently celebrated with a couple who were leaving fostering, and these are people that are in the 70s and 80s. So we don't have people that are choosing to leave fostering at an early retirement age. They are sticking with our children and doing a sterling job way into their years, but understandably get to an age where they feel that the challenges of fostering they're no longer able to meet them. So in a competitive market and climate where we need to increase our foster carers to meet the needs of our increasingly and sometimes complex needs of children that become looked after, we've also got a number of foster carers who are reaching retirement. So our sufficiency plan over the period has been to increase the number of foster carers in the authority, to look at a clear recruitment and retention strategy for those carers that has included positive sign-off for the fees that we pay our foster carers. We have a commitment to reduce the use of residential care for young people unless it's felt that residential care for a short period of time is in that young person's best interest. We have a commitment to increase the number of kinship carers so that children who are not able to stay at home with their parents but for usually safeguarding reasons need to be looked after within the safety net of a looked after system of the authority are able to stay with somebody who's connected to them in some way, whether that be a grandparent, a distant relative or a significant person in their life. We also have worked to increase the number of supported lodgings, so that's increasing the number of people who can provide additional support to our older young people who are in those first stages of moving into independent living and don't need the parameters and boundaries of a foster home, but do need continued support for us to help them successfully move on to adulthood. And during the period, we've also increased the number of specialist foster carers. So we've talked before about the carers who may have one child placed with them for a short period of time to help us work intensively with that young person to help them step down into whether that is into a more family-based placement or onto independent living. The report in detail talks about the recruitment activity. I know a number of members around the table have actually attended our recruitment, or one of our recruitment nights. It talks about the success of interest in the local authority by prospective carers, how we work with them. So if fostering isn't right for them, or mainstream fostering isn't right for them at the time they first make contact with us, we will work really hard to look at what support they could offer to some of our children. So the report gives those details, gives the challenges to the service and the positives, the progress that the service has made over the 12-month period. And Joss is here if there are any specific issues for the service.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any speakers on this? Mrs. Page.
Thank you. That's very comprehensive. And in the light of the wanting to have increased provisions, the risk and the challenges, I'm just wondering if you could talk me around paragraph 8 on page 106. So the saving target of 2018 rising to a quite substantial saving target in 2021. How is that achievable, and how are you going to achieve that?
It's a challenging target. It's a target that whilst having a target to make those savings, the authority has also put some growth money into this part of the service as recognition that for us to get to the place we need to be, where the service is effectively contributing to savings that the council needs to make, that there needed to be some investment in the service. So there needed to be, and has been, investment in our recruitment side of the service, our campaigns, to run campaigns for particular groups of children and some areas where there are particular challenges. So for instance, to increase the number of parent and baby placements that we can offer, which in turn leads to hopefully more successful outcomes for that child and parent, but has also enabled us to not have to use very expensive residential mother and baby placements as part of court processes. So we have had investment in the area to complete assessments. So what we've identified is that when we've had an interest in the service, we need to be able to respond very in a timely way and an appropriate way. What we don't want to have is somebody that's interested in being a foster carer and that they were then on a waiting list for an assessment to be done. So as part of the growth money, we have commissioned from an organisation who can support if and when we do need additional assessments. So if we can't allocate within our own service, we've got a commissioned provider who can respond in a timely way to get those assessments completed. So in short term, it's a very challenging target for us. It's one that we are quite rightly have to answer to on a monthly basis of the progress that we're making. But I would want to put it in the context of there has been some growth money into the service for us to get to that position where we can be the most effective and efficient service possible.
I would just like to bring to your attention page 123, and it's sort of, this isn't in numbers, but it starts off as at the end of March 2018, the service had 119 approved mainstream carers. The last sentence says the service has an ambitious growth of 45 mainstream carers and 8 specialist carers for 2018-19. This report obviously was at the end of March. We're now 6-7 months further on. I just wonder where we are, what the up-to-date status is, whether we're on target or whether we're liable to do.
So to date we've approved 16 mainstream carers, and we've approved and of our specialist cohort we had a target of 8, and we've approved 1, and we've got 2 that are coming to panel next month. So yes, we're certainly in the range of meeting our targets.
I'd add to that we have, as part of this process, also looked at how many carers we've got already factored in to come into panel over the next period, and that number is also presented to a care placement strategy meeting that we hold on a monthly basis. So we have a healthy number coming through panel.
I think it's a particularly good report, and it's a successful part of the performance, the fostering. Very good. I quite like this because I think in one of the committees I asked for clarification of how many people are in what teams and what teams are involved. So I've not written them all down now. We've got first point contact, assessment team, and supporting senior practitioners, and it'll go on from that. So that's particularly helpful to me to put things into perspective. Councillor Old, Mr. Old, anything you would like to add to that?
I think the report is a really good report. I'm particularly pleased with the numbers that are coming through for the current financial year, because they are challenging targets. I would also add that at some point in the future, this committee might want to have an up-to-date report on the missile project, which was to bring people back in from expensive residential accommodation. But I'd like to congratulate the officers for where they are at the moment. I think they've worked really hard, and the quality of what they're doing is evidenced in the report.
I will echo that. If we could have a report on the missile, yeah, that would be brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The report outlines, or the covering report that's attached to the annual report. Again, this report's on a period April 2017 to the 31st of March 2018. This talks about, very similar to the fostering report, the same areas around recruitment, assessment process, and making sure that where the decision is made for a child, that adoption is the right decision for them, that we have a responsibility to act in a timely way to match them with the most appropriate forever family for them. Two or probably three key areas to pull out of the performance reporting. One is that over the last 12, 18 months, we've seen a massively improving picture in the number of people coming forward to be adopters for the county. Prior to that, wasn't that people weren't there, it was around a decision that had been made some time ago that the children that we had waiting for adoption, we seem to have a lot of adopters waiting. So a decision was made some time ago, before my time, that they would stop actively recruiting adopters. Although I'm not criticising that decision at that time, what that then meant when we got to about 2017 is, lo and behold, we had a number of children who we were needing to find adoptive placements for, and we needed to play catch up with our own internal adopters. We've done that, and the service has done that incredibly well, and we have a really healthy number of people that come forward to be adopters for our children. And because of the size of the county and the mix of the county, we are able to match a high rate of those children with carers within the county. We don't often need to go outside because of the geography and because of the mix. What we also have and are continuing to perform well on is that we track as part of our children's decision-making panels and our permanence panel, we track a child where adoption could be the possible outcome from that child right from day one. So we are in a strong position that if adoption is the plan for that child, that we are already considering possible matches. And that's not to preempt the outcome of court, that's to make sure that if adoption is right for a child, we give them the very best opportunity to be with those adoptive carers as early as possible in the process. That is including doing some work currently around foster to adopt. So we will have people approved as foster carers who are also approved as adopters. So when it is appropriate for the child, we could place the child early on. So we continue to perform very well on the time scale from the decision being made that adoption's right to placing that child for adoption. And the two figures, or the three figures that are given under point 10 of the report on page 142, they're not additional days between A1 and A2. They are the entire number of days, but we have to measure for our quarterly returns to the government. We have to measure the time it takes from a child entering care to adoption, and we have to measure the days from the court making the order that adoption is right for the child to adoption.
Thank you very much. Have we got any speakers on that? So, Mr. Kaufman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to say, I enjoyed reading this, and congratulations. My puzzle is that over the weekend, I was seeing some stuff in the papers which was talking about the dramatic drop in the number of people wanting to adopt children because of the improvements in fertility treatment, and that had caused a drop in the number of potential adopters, but it doesn't seem to have shown up here. I wonder if you had any comments on that, or whether you'd seen it. No? All right. Well done.
Right, if I could ask a question, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fry, I've got your name as well.
Thank you. That's all right, Claire, don't worry. I would like to just ask a couple, if I may. I'll refer back to page 142, the A1, A2 and A3 statistics. A1, instead of us being compared with England, could we compare with our whatever you call it, the statistical family or the group of, because I think this is a rather, it's not really a good example. England covers the whole of England, which covers huge areas of great difficulty. So I would think it would be clearer if we had it on that. Also, and of course under A3, we're into percentages again, but we're also comparing an England 3-year average, and we're looking at a year average. So, you know, it's very difficult to get any information from that. So if we could do it by our basket of similar councils, please, on a yearly basis, I think that would give us far more accurate comparisons. And then if I could move to page 159, there is a, well, it actually starts on 158 and goes right through to 159, is a statement by the agency decision maker. And it says that the last paragraph has not had access to a legal advisor for some time. How serious is this? Is this really, you know, it's a long thing to go through, but it's sort of just passed by, so I'm just wondering about the seriousness of not having that, and also the terms of to ensure their quality assurance function is more robustly, the paragraph above that, which are the two last paragraphs on page 159. Okay, thank you.
There's actually no legal requirement to have a legal advisor sitting on the adoption panel. It would be preferable, but there's actually no requirement to have that.
We have had we have had discussions with colleagues in legal about that requirement, and although they've not been in a position to provide somebody, and as Josh said, there's no legal requirement, they do offer as advice on individual plans for children. They will have a solicitor, or the authority will have a solicitor actively involved in the care planning for a child.
And about the paragraph about the quality assurance function.
That there are several quality assurance mechanisms in place in relation to adoption. The agency decision maker, because we have a standalone post within the authority, is one of those QA part of the QA process. What Helen has identified, and is something that's being fed back into panel for development, is that we should only see very few things that come from the panel that still need to be QA'd roles. So there is further work with the panel in relation to that. And as part of the process, I am going to observe adoption panel, the next adoption panel, to give some feedback to the chair around that.
Thank you. If I could ask a question on page 159, and it may be answered below, but I'm not quite sure what profile raising is. Well, I am, but I don't know whose profile we'd be raising on that. So no fostering or adoption arrangements have been presented by ADM, which suggests profile raising is needed to ensure blah, 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 blah. Is that something we need to address, or whose profile is it? It's the second paragraph down. Or am I just asking a question for the sake of it there?
It's in response to that, it's in relation to raising the profile of the ADM, the agency decision maker, and making people more aware of what her role is in terms of that quality assurance that she has in terms of approving adopters and matching children for adoption.
Okay, and is that being addressed then?
yes, we've got plans in place that will be that she'll be in attendance, and there's training events planned so that her profile becomes known, and the service is more aware of that role.
Thank you. Are there? Mrs. Page.
Yes, just a point of information, please, because I didn't realise we've got an agency decision maker. Just can you explain the role, how valuable it is, and what does it do? And one other point, page 161, under complaints, and it says in the last financial year, stage 1. Hang on. No, it explains it now. I thought it was third stage. Sorry, I'll forget that.
Okay. We have a statutory duty to have an agency decision maker, and that role is to have final sign-off of recommendations that are made in relation to people being suitable to foster and adopt. It's also a role that makes the decision as to whether a child is suitable, as it's in the child's best interest for them to move forward for a plan for adoption. And the other key role that they have is that they sign off and have oversight of when foster carers go to review. So foster carers go to panel for their progress to be reviewed, and the agency decision maker needs to sign them off. The ultimate role as agent decision maker sits with the assistant director, but you don't have deputy assistant directors. You don't have deputy agency decision makers. You either are a decision maker or you aren't. So my role, I'm an agency decision maker. We have a person actually in that post to do a lot of the work within the authority, and that is a really strength of this authority, that we have somebody that concentrates on that role, and the head of safeguarding is a third agency decision maker. So majority of the work is done by Helen, but Helen will do that. I supervise Helen, so she will bring any particular difficult cases or decisions to a discussion with me for sign off. It's a statutory role, it's something that we have to do and should do, and the strength of us having somebody that concentrates on that fully within the county is that they can really give some time and effort and detail to the role.
Mr. Kaufman.
Yeah, can I just ask, what's happened to the plans to have an East Midlands adoption agency? Have they actually been dropped now, or have they come back when Brexit is finished, or what is it? We were talking big time about that sort of a year or two ago.
Mr. Old.
The East Midlands is split into two parts. Derbyshire, Derby City, Nottinghamshire, Nottingham City form what's known as D2. And we are in association with the city, with Rutland, with Lincolnshire on the other side. I'm still waiting, 3 years on, for the chairman of the national board to give me the evidence that lies behind the regionalisation drive. We have been particularly effective in Leicestershire in identifying adopters, and you might say I've been particularly effective in terms of holding our position at regional level, for which I make absolutely no apology at all. If something isn't broken, you don't need to fix it. And when you look at how quick we're doing, it would be interesting to know how quick all the other East Midlands authorities are in comparison to ourselves. So it remains the stage, Geoffrey, that we proceed probably with caution on this, and it's possible that I at times cause some of the officers in their regional meetings difficulty, but then, as Jane has found already, if my name is mentioned, commiseration almost inevitably follows.
Thank you for that. I attended a meeting, an introduction meeting, I suppose, for me, with the adoption team. And whether this is a secret or not, or whether I've missed it on here, I was struck by the enthusiasm of the team and being able to look under every stone for a way forward. And they introduced I don't know whether it's a secret or not, but it's out now, a pilot scheme for child placement reports, of speeding up the court responses from that. Have you got any details on that? Is it going now? Has it made any improvement? Thank you.
Yes, that's the permanence pilot that I referred to earlier. So currently, that's working in the only in the Loughborough area, and Loughborough was chosen because we had a high number of children from that area that go for adoption, or were needing to go for adoption. So that's the introduction of a pilot team, a permanence team. So we'll have a social worker that is working in relation to the child, identifying prospective placements, adoptive placements, looking at the matching, looking at the child permanence report that you refer to, while the child social worker in the locality team is predominantly looking at the court process and going to court and getting the order. And it's about working together to utilise skills but give additional support during that time. So that pilot will be reported on early in the new year.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Right, we now move to the Leicestershire virtual schools, and I'd like to introduce Tony Barnard. I presume you are Tony? Yes, hello. Being presented by Sharon and Tony. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will hand over to Tony as virtual head to take you through his very detailed report. But just to say that this is an annual report that documents the work of the virtual school, is a part of the service that we can be particularly proud of in Leicestershire, and the work that the team do and broker on behalf of our looked after children. So I'll hand over to Tony.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Well, I hope that the document which you have before you gives an introduction to the work of the virtual school, and gives you an idea as to the range of activities that we're involved in. There is obviously a great deal more detail with which we do have, which we could offer in relation to the different activities that we do and the outcomes that we achieve for young people. But hopefully this gives you a good introduction and an overview as to the work that we undertake. The role of virtual school has been extended over the past, well, since September, but as a result of the Children's Social Work Act 2017 to include now previously looked after children to whom we give advice and information in relation to educational matters to schools and to adoptive parents and those parents of children have been moved out of care under a special guardianship order. So, the capacity of the virtual school has been, it's under some duress, if you like, in relation to the new duties that we have. But nonetheless, we are experiencing an increasing number of inquiries from adoptive parents and schools in relation to adopted children, to the extent that now it's averaging out about 3 a day. So that's quite some increase. We are also seeing an increase in the number of children of statutory school age entering care, and that's rising on average, and it has been over the past few years of about 10% plus. So again, that's another issue that that we've seen, and also the fact that some of the issues which are being brought with them, some of the baggage, if you like, is that we're seeing children with more complex issues arising, and that's been highlighted in the new statutory guidance for virtual school heads in relation to the advice that we have a duty to give to schools in relation to mental health and attachment difficulties, etc. So again, that's another area where we're heavily involved. One thing I would want to highlight for you is the plans that we have, the next steps moving forward, which I've identified towards the end of the page 175 in your document, in relation to our next steps. And that highlights the new role that we've assumed in relation to post-16 young people, children in years 12-13 and care leavers, which reflects the responsibility that we have in social care to support children up to age 21 and up to age 25 if they desire. So obviously a lot of young people are coming back asking for support with education issues, and so as the if you like, the experts in the education side of children in care, we're being involved in delivering advice to them as well. So and that's something which I think is addressing the issues which were raised in the 2016 Ofsted inspection. Hopefully we're contributing to that side of the improvements of the service that we offer.
Thank you very much. Is there any comments you would like to make on this? Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Chair. Members may find it interesting, a little bit of feedback I'll share. I'm a governor at a primary school just on the periphery of Leicester City. We're just in the county, but the school has to deal with looked after children from both county and city, and I took on the role of a sort of a corporate parenting sort of hat of being the governor responsible for our LAC kids, and that involved me going in to see the member of staff that deals with the looked after children, and in a long session I spent there looking at performance and outcomes and many things, we talked about authorities being supportive and helpful. And the person commented back that the county virtual school have been really supportive and always available to answer questions. They have been easy to reach and to contact. Already they have agreed to help chair a PEP meeting to support the member of staff in their new DT role. I won't repeat what they had to say about Leicester City's support for the school, but I do commend the work of ours. And it was really pleasing to sit there as a county councillor, and the member of staff didn't know that I was, to hear such a good report, so well done.
Mrs. Page.
Thank you, Chairman. Could you just, I'm really ignorant, you see, but so could you actually tell me what the virtual school actually does? So if I need that, you know, the practicality of...
What we actually do, in effect, it's a lot of quality assurance. It's ensuring that those bodies, those agencies around, not just the county, but around the country where our children live and are educated, making sure that those agencies deliver the best possible service that they can to our children. So, for example, we'll work with schools to ensure that the education and the programmes of support that they provide for children is appropriate to that child. We'll work with special educational needs services to ensure that the processes in relation to accessing the support through SENA are running smoothly and promptly. We'll work with social workers on advice that we can give in relation to specific individual children and how to support them in their education. We will provide aspirational educational out-of-school activities for children who, prior to entering care, may not even have known, for example, what a theatre is and what goes on in a theatre. We will facilitate their attendance at a theatrical production and give them opportunities to experience a wider cultural experience. And we will give them opportunities to attend open days at university, to see what going to university might look like. And some of those young people will never have even thought that they would have even the option of going to university. It opens their eyes to the chances, the opportunities which will exist for them later in life. So it widens their opportunities, opens their eyes to other things, and we support them to develop those interests.
And I just come back, that sounds really wonderful. So do you actually monitor each child, because it gives them, and so it keeps you quite busy, so how many, children do you monitor? But what is, is it, I'm sure it's really appreciated and it's quite successful, but do you also monitor the outcomes?
Yeah, the most important part really is monitoring the outcomes. We will be monitoring on a day-to-day basis what the attendance of children in school is, and if there are extended absences, then we will query what those absences are down to.
Oh, that's great.
We'll monitor the exclusions. We'll become involved in situations where perhaps we hear of an incident in school, and we will advocate on behalf of that child and work with the school to deliver the best possible support for those children. Again, and it goes into post-16. We also monitor attendance at post-16 for those in colleges, and we'll support with their career opportunities and their career plans. And in fact, you'll have read within the report, hopefully, about our scheme to support young people with ring-fenced apprenticeships within the local authority. And in fact, we got one young person who starts today on one of those. So,
wow, well done. Thank you.
Thank you. The virtual school is an enormous part of our responsibility as a corporate parent, and gives all the children an opportunity to experience something they probably wouldn't do.
To come back, Chairman, I think that links into Ivan, who wants to talk, no doubt. Ivan's earlier point, it is that this sort of process stops people actually going into care. It helps in the long term to realise savings, and I think that is really something that might want to be given far more media coverage and to be highlighted, because it seems to be really worthwhile.
The virtual school is for children in care. Yeah, it doesn't. It is the children that are already in care. Yeah, Mr. Old.
Thank you, Chair. I regard the work of the virtual school as really first class. I was a bit late attending a meeting on Friday afternoon where Tony and his colleague were explaining various aspects of the work that they do. I'd read the paperwork beforehand, listened to the debate, and I've come to the conclusion that so long as I can get political agreement to it, I would like the virtual school to be an all-member briefing at some point in the future. It fits in with corporate parenting responsibilities. And his colleague was explaining about the young people who'd been on the tall ships experience. And I've been on the Beacon website to read about that on their blog, as it were, on during the time that they were there. Very eloquently put. I think the work of the school is, quite frankly, top class, and colleagues not in this room need to be aware of it. Thank you, Chair.
My comment about corporate parenting covered something else I'd written beforehand. It's the paragraph 86, the additional DFE funding has been, page 175, has been assessed this quarter to ensure statutory work is completed. Is that it? That funding, is it just for this quarter or is it ongoing?
It's an annual allocation. It will continue next year as well, and then I think it will come under the government's annual spending review. But my conversations with
Jenny Lawrence in finance, is that her understanding that it will continue once they've given it, they won't take it away.
Thank you very much for that, and I'm very pleased to say that we are now breaking for lunch, and I'd like you back in the room ready for work, not for coffee, at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back to the Children and Families Overview Committee meeting. The only item of business for this afternoon is to report on the development of unitary structure for local government in Leicestershire. This is the report which was presented to Cabinet at its meeting on the 16th of October. Members should have a copy on a buff-coloured piece of paper of the process suggested for dealing with this report. We will deal with each section separately, after which members will have the opportunity to ask questions specifically on the area of the report, and there will also be a further opportunity at the end to ask any further questions or raise any comments not covered in the earlier discussion. The comments raised will be submitted to the Scrutiny Commission at its meeting on the 14th of November. Can I now welcome Simon Lawrence, Major Programmes Managing, and Declan Keegan, Assistant Director of Strategic Finance Property. To introduce the report, Jane Moore and the lead member for Children and Families will also respond to questions on services in a unitary authority. A copy of this report submitted to the Cabinet at its meeting on the 16th of October. I don't have to read that out. I want to. Thank you. So, I don't know whether it'll be Declan or Simon that wants to go first. So, thank you very much.
Good afternoon and thank you, Chair. So, thank you for the introduction. So, I'm Simon Lawrence, the Major Programmes Manager and Chief Executive, and I contributed to the Cabinet report in October. Again, to repeat perhaps part of what you just said, by way of introduction, the report will be presented to the committee in 4 parts with the opportunity for members to ask questions at each stage. I'll introduce the report, after which Declan will set out the financial situation. I'll then summarise the model unitary structure, followed by a presentation of the options set out in the report, including both the non-financial and financial appraisals, again supported by Declan. The Director of Children and Family Services will then set out the content of Appendix A, which provides a perspective from the department. As I've said and as set out on the agenda, members will have the opportunity to ask questions of officers at each stage. The key themes discussed at today's meeting, along with those recorded at the other committee meetings this week, will be presented to the Scrutiny Commission at the meeting on the 14th of November. So, by way of background, as you're aware, on the 16th of October, the Cabinet received a report which set out outline proposals for a unitary structure for Leicestershire. Cabinet agreed that this now be made subject to engagement with key stakeholders. The report sets out the history of local government structures in the UK and Leicestershire and presents findings from a literature review and experiences from other councils who have gone through the process of unitarisation. The report then sets out a model unitary structure which describes a possible governance structure for a unitary council, including the role of area committees and the possible future role of town and parish councils. Finally, the report then describes the 2 options which have been identified, a single unitary and a dual unitary option, and goes on to present the financial and non-financial appraisal for each before presenting a conclusion to the report. I will summarise those elements of the report after Declan has presented the financial situation.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Declan.
Simon. The poor state of the nation's finance has been well reported over the last decade. Government's recent narrative power suggests that things are changing and that the good times are ahead. However, it was a very optimistic budget and there's potential for plenty of things to go wrong. The Chancellor's recent budget indicated that public spending would increase at a faster rate than inflation. This is driven by the additional money that's been allocated to the NHS. Outside of this, the forecast is for all other government departments to have a flat increase in real terms. Compared to the present situation, this does sound a good result for local government. However, there are 3 caveats to bear in mind with this. Firstly, whether all departments are treated the same. Against education, defence and welfare, who it needs to be borne in mind have still got further cuts to come. This is by no means a certainty. Second caveat is the size of our service in terms of both the needs of the service user population, the population of service users stays the same. That's obviously not going to be the case for our main social care services. And the third caveat is whether costs can be tamed in inflation. And although this is an aspiration, the changes announced to the national living wage makes this sort of could result in higher increases than expected. So whilst the pace of cuts may slow, it is likely that for Leicestershire to balance the books, we're going to need to continue to increase council tax and also to make further savings. To date, it's been county councils who've fared worse financially. The number of organisations now required to make emergency savings show that whilst Northamptonshire could have delayed their predicament, it was probably inevitable. Leicestershire does receive less funding than Northamptonshire. Leicestershire has coped better than most of its peers by planning ahead and keeping financial sustainability in its own hands. Even with a very good track record of savings delivery, we've been dependent upon maximum council tax increases and a strong local economy. In the current MTFS, service demand from adults, children and special education needs, plus inflationary costs such as the national living wage, are driving a £90 million additional costs over the next 4 years. So even with a flat government settlement, these pressures will not stop after the 4-year planning period. The estimate in the report was for a £10 million per annum gap after the maximum allowed council tax increases. Within Leicestershire itself, the impact of austerity has not been felt evenly. Social care has experienced the most intense demand pressure and funding has favoured district authorities. There are signs that this could be starting to change. Some new homes bonus funding has already been diverted from districts to fund social care. The benefit of business rate growth is likely to be removed from both districts, the LEP and the local authority and the county council, and concerns are growing around the increasing cost of dealing with homelessness. As things stand, the outlook is gloomy. There's a lot of uncertainty ahead with Brexit, local government funding reforms, and even just a traditional recession. Leicestershire is an expensive structure of local government. Reform offers the opportunity to make significant cost savings while protecting frontline services delivered by the district and county councils. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open up now to questions on the financial situation. Mr. Sheehan.
It's quite a general question. I don't know who would want to answer this, but I'm just interested to know how you set about engaging with the districts and boroughs. I mean, Dorset was a reasonably good example to follow, perhaps, but how have you gone about it in Leicestershire?
The intention, as a result of the Cabinet report on the 16th of October, is to invite and encourage all stakeholders to contribute to the exercise, including the district councils, and that's something the leaders keen to explore over the next few months.
So you've only started engaging with the districts and boroughs officially then since the October Cabinet meeting, is that what you're saying?
That's correct, yes.
Mrs. Wright.
Just a question around savings and council tax, really. What sort of benchmark do we have to set on council tax to make those savings? So if we're setting one council tax, presumably, for the whole of the unitary, how would that vary? How would we do that?
So just to be clear, so this is the level of council tax that if you're going to have £30 million of savings in the single unitary or the 18 million in the double unitary. Is that the question? So the post-reorganisation?
Yes.
Okay, so in both examples, what you have to work towards is to get to sort of they call it council tax equalisation, the same level of council tax across the area. So in the single unitary, obviously that'd be sort of a single sort of a single figure, but if it's a double unitary, you could have a different level of council tax in each of the sort of the two halves, whichever way that was organised. And the choice basically comes down to the sort of the new administration to set it. Most areas tend to go with the lowest level of council tax. You pick obviously the county council presets the same for all councils or for all areas in the county, but it's the district amount that changes. Most seem to go with the sort of the lowest level of, so what's the lowest charging district, and equalise at that level. So some of the 30 million saving would get redirected to the benefit of the council taxpayers. But that's a sort of obviously a future decision.
Thank you, Chair. My question's for Simon. Just going back to the introduction, and I've been reading the Part B papers in the Cabinet report, which sets out various models that are there, sort of suggesting a way forward. I just wondered how things have changed now. Last week in Parliament, James Brokenshaw, the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, said to Parliament that he would be introducing new guidance rules for the forming of unitaries, and one of the absolute conditions that he said will have to be fulfilled is that there's support from every district and borough covered by the unitary proposal. I just wondered if you had thoughts on that, and are you hoping therefore to persuade in Leicestershire every district and borough to come on board?
The position that the leader's taken in relation to that is that he will continue with the engagement exercise. The quote that you're referring to suggests that there are some new guidance coming out, but the criteria that we're working to and is set out in the report is something that we'll continue to work on until any criteria that changes comes before us.
Just a follow-up, Chair. As those guidance notes lapse in March, is it this authority's intention to make their bid and application for unitary status before March?
The Cabinet report sets out the legislative position and actually relies on a different Act of Parliament to the Act that the Secretary of State was referring to. So we're aware of the sunset clause in relation to the 2016 Act. So that was in part of the proposed timetable going forward. So no, it wouldn't be something before next March.
Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. One is you're talking about the level of council tax or proposed level. You go down to the lowest. You have to bear in mind, and I'm sure you have, that there are certain district councils that do not have parish councils, so they have the responsibility of parish councils, and there are certain other districts that parts of it have parish councils at the moment and some don't. So it's going to be a bit more complicated exercise, if I can suggest, than you just said. But actually, my question was on page 180, paragraph 8. And the instruction here is work on the development of a unitary structure for local government has been undertaken within existing resources. So I assume that the people who have been working on this have been taken away from other vital work, because I'm sure you haven't got the slack in your department for the people to be doing nothing. So I was just wondering what work is now suffering, because we seem to be going along this line. If it's in with existing sources, I assume their current duties they can no longer carry out.
Simon, can you answer that one? Or
I can, in that you're correct to point that out, that the work to date has been carried out within existing resources, and in the main that's fallen on my responsibilities. I work directly for the Chief Executive and work on a number of different projects. As a result of this being a priority over the last 2 or 3 months, others haven't been a priority, but again, those projects are allowed to flex in that way. So that's been okay.
Just one bit to add to that, you do tend to, when something like this comes along, I suppose the level of officers that are working on it, you just, to be honest, you tend to end up picking up extra hours. You don't necessarily get off the hook for other bits of work. It tends to be sort of just fitted in. I don't know, like I say, you just work a bit extra.
Mrs. Taylor.
Thank you. Just one question about on page 191, talking about the local area committees. And just reading that, they tend to look like boroughs and districts. So can you just distinguish how the local area committees would look compared to what the districts and the boroughs look now, please?
Didn't put that on. Right, so we're now going on to the model unitary structure, which will be paragraphs 71 to 89. And that will be Simon Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll now present the unitary model structure as set out in the Cabinet report. As you say, Chair, paragraphs 71 to 89 in the report set out initial proposals on a possible model unitary structure for Leicestershire, which, along with the report as a whole, will be developed during the stakeholder engagement period before any public consultation on the proposals, if that were to take place. The model draws on the literature review and models implemented elsewhere in the UK. The proposed model unit structure for Leicestershire is designed based on the leader and cabinet model of governance. The model aims to enable unitary councillors to exercise effective strategic and community leadership responsibilities and to allow for effective partnership arrangements. Paragraph 76 of the report refers to analysis which suggests that a council size of 110 elected members would be in line with other unitary councils in the UK. This is an assumption for debate that would not only be tested through the engagement phase but also be subject to a boundary commission review. The diagram in paragraph 86 summarises the model unitary structure and introduces the possible establishment of area development management subboards and area committees, with the diagram setting out possible responsibilities for area committees, as well as listing those services that could be devolved to town and parish councils. Finally, paragraph 87 to 89 refers to the possible establishment of new town councils and summarises views expressed by those town and parish councils so far in engagement events already taken place, and more events are scheduled with the local council sector. So I'm now happy to answer any questions members of the committee have, but would remind members that the development of the proposals are at a very early stage, so it is unlikely that I'll be in a position to answer every question which may be on members' minds on matters of detail.
Would you like to ask your question again, or has it been answered, as in we can't go down to every detail?
I don't want specific details. I'm just interested how they would look different to what the borough and the districts look now, really, please.
Fundamentally, there are decision-making bodies set out, again, for discussion at this stage. So there wouldn't be an infrastructure in the way that district councils currently exist.
Thank you. Any questions on that section? No? So, sorry. Oh, Councillor Mrs. Wright.
I just wanted to ask about population, because we've got a population probably coming up to about 800,000, and is that no? Over. Well, a very high population. Yeah. And I'm just wondering, looking at the graph on 191, we seem to be quite high up with the other bigger authorities, and I'm just wondering how that model would fit in with that type of population.
So the population for Leicestershire is just short of 700,000, but this is electors, not population, on this graph, so that number's slightly less. So that's why it's showing with 110 members and an elector number of around 500, 550. That's why it's shown in that position on the diagram. So this is not population, but electors. Is that helpful?
It still doesn't answer the question about, because we have a very large population, would we fit into, how would we manage with the unitary status? Because we're coming like the big...
It's a large electorate group, if that's the point, but what this diagram is attempting to say, that the proportion of councillors to electors is in line with those other county councils.
Any more comments on that section? Mr. Pendleton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at paragraph 78, and I realise that this is clarity in terms of answering the local authority, the councillor deficit, and I'm looking at bullet point 1, which says to act as a steward of the place, which is a very grand sounding name for me, a humble councillor. And it says a more identifiable local leadership role working across the locality in partnership with others. Can I just ask, could you flesh that out at all for us? at the moment.
Not to any great extent, Mr. Pendleton, other than it's just reminding members of the importance of the dual role then that unitary councillors would have, both as strategic leadership but also that local leadership, and unitary perhaps provides an opportunity to look very closely at how that role is undertaken.
Thank you. I'm mindful of the fact that those of us who are dual-hatted actually are and do feel as though we're the glue between two very, very difficult areas to manage, both as a district and a county councillor. I'm sure that means something, but it's something we'll have to work on and no doubt have the opportunity to do. But I just wondered whether we'd formulated a more cohesive view, which we haven't just yet. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now we'll be going on to para 112 to 129, which takes up the options and appraisals. And this time it's Simon and Declan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just again introduce these few paragraphs. So paragraphs 112 to 129 set out the initial appraisal of two options as requested by Cabinet in July. Again, based on the Cabinet report, the Cabinet decision, consideration of the retention of the existing two-tier structure is not included in its appraisal, given that such an outcome would not meet the drivers for change set out elsewhere in the report. The financial assessment makes clear the estimated implementation costs and savings for the two options, with paragraphs 116, 117 and 118 going into some detail regarding how those costs and savings have been identified. Paragraphs 123 to 125 summarise the beneficiaries of the identified savings, stating that the majority of the savings will go towards ensuring the ongoing sustainability of services, but that in addition the harmonisation of council tax across the county as well as the investment in services could be accommodated. And finally, the non-financial assessment is drawn together in the table included in paragraph 129. The table analyses the pros and cons of both options against the government's criteria for the establishment of a unitary structure. I don't propose to present the detail of the table, but happy to answer questions members might have on the information contained within it, remembering, of course, that these are outline proposals and therefore the assessment is similarly high level at this stage.
Declan, have you got anything to add to that? No. I'd like to open the floor, please. Mr. Kaufman.
Chair, going back to paragraph 114, as a scrutiny committee, is it within our remit to go back to the Cabinet and say, well, if you're doing this exercise, if you feel it's a worthwhile exercise, would you look into the pros and cons of the status quo so we can look like with like? Because I think if I've read it correctly, it sort of says down here, they'll look at these two options, but not the status quo. And I just wondered, can we as a scrutiny committee sort of say to Cabinet, look, if you're making any pretense of doing a proper job, perhaps you ought to look at the status quo as well.
As Chair of Scrutiny, I'd say yes, but I will bow down to...
Yes, Scrutiny is allowed to make recommendations to the Cabinet. If you want, then we can include as a recommendation that this committee recommends that Cabinet also examine the option of status quo.
Can I move that? Would you accept me to move that as a
I would, yes.
motion?
Yeah, I understand that. I was just contemplating that. But the thing that bothers me is in the letter from the district leaders, between the MPs and the district leaders, it's made clear that that conversation included the Secretary of State in that conversation, and that work should cease on these proposals. And as one of the district leaders said on the Politics show on Sunday, this is just dead in the water. So although I find some favour with what Mr. Kaufman says, and that if I thought we were seriously looking at unitary status, it would be right to involve the status quo, but it seems quite clear to me that the Secretary of State and the MPs have come to their conclusions, and that any work that we do, including weighing up districts, is wasting our time. And it's that time wasting that bothers me the most. So if other members find favour in adding that, I'm happy to support it and second it. I still worry the most that we're just wasting our time.
Thank you, Chair. Mention has been made of the politics show on Sunday. My understanding is that that was recorded before the decision by the same Secretary of State to award unitary status to Buckinghamshire at the end of last week, in which he had a choice between two models or a single model, and he's opted for the single model.
Thank you very much. I'd like to draw attention to, well, it's on 2 or 3 pages actually, but if I just say that the projected figures for savings was 30 million, was based on the figures and the report case study of 2014. It was wasn't 100 years ago. A report by Ernst Young in February 2014. Have these figures been updated, bearing in mind that's nearly 5 years out of date? We're in a different world now. Also, will this have a knock-on effect on the implementation costs? And also, does the implementation costs bear in mind the cost of redundancy to a variety of staff from top to bottom across the borough, the county, from various boroughs? I'm just wondering whether and how accurate. I personally, if I was looking at my bank account and projected figures of 2014, and I'm now coming to the end of 2018, they're virtually worthless because my whole situation has completely changed. And I do think it is, I would like to have accurate figures as of 2018 rather than be looking backwards 5 years. Thank you very much.
Could I just ask for a piece of clarification then? Is there a reason we look to 2014 and not have up-to-date figures?
They are up-to-date figures. It's partially coincidental that they're still at £30 million. So the EY set out a model very much of how you can model the savings in a unitary, and it tends to be the same model that everybody's used in terms of, how you get costs out of the democratic side of things, elected members, etc., back office, front line. So it's kind of, when I say partially coincidental, it's kind of the approach they did was sound, and all we've done is taken that approach and refreshed it for the latest published information. And that's a continual process. Obviously, it's kind of, this process runs from now. If it was continue through the the engagement period into Christmas, and then potentially public consultation later next year. Continually through that time, more information becomes available, and the intention would be to just keep refreshing it. The other reason I say it's partly coincidental is that in the EY figure, that was just a straight savings number. Obviously, in those last 4 years, things have happened like, pay rises, inflationary type costs. So the level of savings we've seen has actually gone up as well, and partly that's going to be is all to do with the relative kind of back office cost base of the county versus the district. So we've put in a £3 million contingency as well to just reflect that this is early stage estimates, and to give us a bit of buffer as things move around, as new information comes available. But I can assure you it is the latest information. The second question you had around the implementation cost, it was similar on that, and it does include redundancy. The redundancy is at a slightly higher average than what we see it at the moment, because it does reflect that it's more likely that it's senior roles that go in this rather than just the average kind of the average council officer.
I'd like to come back if I may, Chair. It was just then, I think it might be helpful that somewhere either in paragraph 91 or where we are now up in Hunra, it was made clear that the report of 2014 has been refreshed and updated, because I've read it a few times and I'm sure, and I keep thinking, well, why are we looking at February 2014? So I think for clarity and transparency to everybody in this document, it should be stated that these have been, as you've just explained to me and the rest of us, that it just happens to be coincidental, but they have been upgraded. Pardon, but also you said, yes.
No, I do accept you're not the first person who sort of made that point, so it's something we'll strive to make clearer. There is, if you look at paragraph 95, we did put it in there, but in fairness, it probably is a little bit tucked away, so we will try and make it a bit... Yes, so we will do that going forward.
Well, sorry, it was just coming back to, you said that it's altered and you put the contingency in because between 2014 and now the differences in salaries, etc., etc. So I'm still a bit concerned whether whether the redundancy figure, I mean, the implementation cost of 19 million, I presume, covers all the costs, including redundancy. And as you've already stated, the redundancies will tend to be at a higher level. Therefore, people that have got long service and their salaries or incomes have gone up, it's obviously going to affect those. I do appreciate the fact that this will be refreshed at regular intervals and brought back to us. I would hope it will be brought back to everybody, because I just wonder whether we're being a bit optimistic at the moment, because also against this, does the implementation cost, does that include cancellation of possible contracts, service contracts, SLAs, all that would have to be included. You know, I just want us to have an absolutely clear facts and figures that we're looking at as we move forward on this. At the end of the day, we have to look at what is best for the residents of Leicestershire, who we all support. But at the same time, as on the ground, and with the greatest respect, it's me that's answering to my residents, I need to have the accurate figures and be able to tell them honestly, because I would hate in a few years' time to be told that we were dealing with wrong figures. So the implementation cost of contracts, everything like that, needs to be absolutely clear. Thank you.
Just on the implementation costs, when EY did their estimate, they were estimating about £13 million. Is an area where we were a little bit uncomfortable with this, because it's easy for a consultant to come in and sort of to give you the figure and then walk away again. So it is an area we've bolstered a bit more, not because we want to spend more on the implementation costs, but there's just an area where there's a lot of uncertainty, and it's the area that, as you quite rightly say, the public get more upset about if they see frittering costs away at their expense, effectively. So it is one of the costs that it's very difficult to do until you sort of get much more into the detail. You touched on a good point there around the cancellation of contracts. There is an allowance in there for that, but it is just an estimate at this stage, because the truth is, until you know when the unitary authority, if it goes ahead, when that is, and all the relative contracts within that period of time, and the trade-off between whether it's worth cancelling them or just letting them expire naturally, it's very, very hard to do an accurate figure. But what we're hoping is that by reviewing the EY work, by looking at what other organisations have done who've gone through this process, that we have got a figure that's got enough contingency in there that we're not misleading people thinking they're going to get this on the cheap, because it is a big exercise, and it unfortunately does cost a lot of money.
Right, Mrs. Page, please.
Thank you, Chairman, but I think I will reserve my questions for the 14th. That is another opportunity where we can evaluate all of the models and whatever else, and we will hear from people who've done it before. I think I'll reserve my questions because, as we are the children and the Families Overview Committee, I think I'd like to hear from Jane and the lead member how it will actually affect these services, and then I can, because at the end of the day we are going to conclude and send that to the 14th, I understand. So
Well, I'm not going to let you go off piste. We've got a script here, and we will go by that script, as I'll be sharp with you again. Mr. Pendleton.
Thank you, Chairman. We do have a proposal on the table, and I did really want to answer that proposal in a way, if I could, by saying frankly, what we've heard from Simon and Declan implicitly in the whole of this particular cabinet paper is the fact that we are where we are now, and frankly going to hit the buffers sooner or later financially. And I would have thought that that was enough realism for you two gentlemen to understand that this is why we need to debate this now. We can't wait for 2 years' time when various MPs have decided that they may or may not wish us to debate this. If we hit the buffers before then, they, I'm sure, would be the first to turn around and say,
I'm sorry, Mr.
we didn't
Pendleton,
realise.
I'm going to come in there. This is a scrutiny and not
Fine.
really for statements. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
and so I therefore would like us to consider special educational needs and disabilities and the social care budget and national living wage in view of those expenses in the next item, Chairman, and not respond further to that particular proposal.
Right, there was no seconder to that proposal, unless somebody wants to jump up now. So we'll say that that proposal has failed. Thank you very much. Shan't be the last either, shall it? Right, the next one is for paragraphs 63 to 70. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sheehan, I've got your name down here as well. Sorry.
May then, Chair. Paragraph 124, bottom of page 203. It's very interesting to read what you were saying about the harmonisation of council tax. I presume by implication that there would be a harmonisation of the services that that council tax would pay for. Clearly, different councils do things in different ways, and residents pay different amounts for their services. If you combine them all together into one big service around the county, presumably there will be a question of whether you level up or level down. And it seems to say here that the same level of tax, which is usually set at the level of the lowest district council charge, that suggests to me that there'd be levelling down, so that the cheapest or the most basic service would prevail throughout the borough and the district areas. You know, like housing, waste collection, environmental health, leisure, that sort of thing. Would I be reading it right by what's implied in here?